1. Here we go. Woo! Hello, everybody. Welcome to Lost Initiative Mass Effect. Ashes of the Vanguard is written on the bottom of the screen over there. Ashes of the Vanguard. What's up? So last week we didn't play, as you guys know. Sorry about that. But what the party did do in the absence of the session, because they're mostly awesome, is they actually all got together and because I told them that they had leveled up, and they mostly leveled their characters.
I think we
last
chatted
week
for like 2.5 hours, 2-3 hours. Like it was like a practical session basically.
Messi
That's
pinged
awesome.
at like 9:30 and was like, guys, we're late. We should get together in this call so we can stream. Oh yeah, wait, we're not. No, I'm just kidding. What you
couple
poked like 3 in the afternoon, I think. It was like 2 or 3 in the afternoon you poked us.
Yeah.
But I was busy moving, so I didn't see it till late. But yeah, we got together. We all went through all of our stuff, leveled up, except for hit points. I think we're doing hit points on stream.
we rolled that on stream, yeah.
No, Messi hit us up at like 10 a.m.
10 a.m.?
Yeah. It was like 10 a.m.
10 a.m. is the new 3 p.m.
Yeah,
Well,
all I
I mean,
remember is I was
it's 10
working.
for me. It was like 11, 12, 1 o'clock for you, I guess.
Okay.
I mean,
just
it
remember
was early as
working
fuck
my
for
ass
me.
off. I was working so hard, and then I was like, I want to talk to them, so I texted the group. That was really all it was. It was just an excuse to hang out with you guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
And
Miss
I
Lightning.
ignored you for like 7 hours. Then I was like,
That's why I
yeah,
said
let's
this
do it.
early.
Where are you right now? Come on, hurry.
So a couple things I want to go over. Like, we're gonna finish the leveling up stuff. But one of the things that we never talked about is, like, we have, and the loyalty points, again, if you guys want to exclamation point and knit, it should show. The loyalty points should be functioning now. They should be ticking up. If they're not, I just have to go back and keep trying to fiddle with it. But as I said just beforehand, everything should be functioning now, except for the gift subs. If there's gift subs, you just have to give me a few minutes to manually give them to you. For some reason, that's not supported. But everything else should be. So you should be good to go there. You should also
You know
have
what
the
else is functioning,
redemptions
Scott?
there.
That hoodie with that background, looking good.
Hold on. Okay. There we go.
Scott's
That
like,
makes
why
sense.
is Wade being nice to me?
Oh, like,
too.
like that
Wade
felt
was legally
uncomfortable.
obligated.
Yeah.
It felt uncomfortable for me too, but Zill made me do it.
Where was I? So there's that, and then the other thing I wanted to go over, which chat interactions we never talked about. What do hype trains do? We never kind of discussed if and what hype trains do in this game.
I don't know.
We want it to be beneficial for the party, or like
Yes.
Scott, I
So
believe they give emotes to the
customarily,
chat.
customarily,
How about
it-
chat can have like a what's the so in the game you guys were saying that there's like a light mode or a dark mode, like an evil or good thing that they can do.
Well,
How about
it's the
Renegade.
Paragon and Renegade.
Paragon? Yeah, so why don't chat can vote on it? Like, I don't know if it's evens or odds level hype trains. Odds is an evil command.
Well, we don't want to. I think the way that those work is you don't force our characters to like be different. Like a Paragon character, you don't force a Renegade action on, and it's that kind of thing.
Yeah,
That
okay.
forces the player characters in a way that doesn't fit. But giving us, I think they work in like tokens or something. I don't know. I don't fully understand the
It
system
was
yet.
like,
We've only done it once.
Yeah, I used it once when it was I guess it was Snaga had chosen Paragon anyway, so it worked out in my favor, and that's what I was gonna do because I was trying to save the Solarian. But essentially what it was is like I could have just rolled whatever I was trying to do, or I could have used that like token, I guess, to have like an automatic like
Success or
win.
something.
Yeah, success in like whatever I was trying to do. But I don't know if we like nailed down like do they get to choose if it's Paragon or Renegade or what? You know what I mean?
So the way that's a different thing, which I think is kind of what you were touching on, Rena, was that when they click the Paragate, I think the button's called, or interrupt, or whatever the fuck the button's called on the spend and hit point button area thingy. I think the way we're going to do that is when they do that, they choose the PC that receives the token, and you guys can choose what kind of token you get and put away. I think that's easier. It touches on to the point that I think Wade and somebody else, maybe Messi, were making last session or the session prior, which it still benefited Rena. But so if they go, oh, I'm giving a Paragade token, and then I say Wade will choose, oh, I'm going to take that one as a Paragon token. But if later on they say, oh, Paragade token, give it to Wade, and he already has a Paragon token, he now has to take it as a Renegade or a Paragade token, right? Like he can't take it as, because you can only have one of each. You know what I mean? And you fill up at the maximum of 3. And there will be times where Wade wants to make the Renegade option. Maybe it doesn't seem obvious to him at the moment, but there will be moments where he's like, nah, fuck this. And he wants to go in, you know, the badass, the aggressive way, right? Because Paragon's usually usually non-violent, or at least non-lethal, whereas Renegade tends to be violent or lethal, right? All right, cool. So that touches on that. But Rena, were you talking about specifically hype trains there?
Well, Pat had brought it up as hype trains.
I brought it
Yeah.
up as a hype train.
They were
We're just
talking
going
about it,
over-
so I was just
Yeah, we were just going over
talking
how they
about,
were
like, what I
already used, I
used.
think.
Gotcha.
Sorry, you asked Rena and I talked, so whoops.
You're good. You're good.
That's all she was trying to eat. I was trying to save her.
I'm just trying to fix the fact that the points are seemingly not going down, so I have to fix.
Like your height.
That's right. It doesn't go down because I'm tall.
Because it can't go any lower. You reach the minimum threshold.
So-
Right, Uzu? You fucks. Making me compliment and insult. Wait, I thought insults were cheaper than compliments. Is it the same price now?
Yes. In this economy,
So what do you guys want to do with hype trains? What's the idea? What's the plan? What's the chat? Toss some suggestions. What do you guys want to do with hype trains?
What if we made it bad?
Elaborate.
What if, like, hype trains somehow made us, like, like, I don't know, Reaper showed up or some shit, like Reaper influence.
So there already is one. It's called Reaper Intervention.
Oh, okay.
That's like your trump card
You
format.
took all the best. You took all the best stuff already.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
What do you use them for in like other streams?
Would you limit?
Hype trains. Usually there's like NPCs that support people's kingdoms, like a kingdom building thing, and they actually level up those NPCs. But you guys aren't doing a kingdom building game, so you know.
well, we could be.
Ah.
Let's see what we have for initiative right now. Reaper Intervention, which I guess is really bad. Praise the Goddess, which I guess is really good. Paragon Renegade tokens. DM's dice, which should be more expensive than Party Luck, I'm just saying. And then we tell Scott to shut up and get back to it. Now there's no redemptions. Never mind, they're all gone.
Hey, I literally just got rid of them because I found out that they seem to not be working right, and so I'm trying to fix it right now.
I think we should add Paragon Renegade interruptions. Maybe Praise the Goddess. I like Reaper Farts, or whatever the other one was called.
It's funny that you said exactly that as I clicked exactly that button. So
Reaper queefs.
And then we should definitely do Party Luck. And that's it. Oh yeah, tell Scott to get back on track.
that's the thing that'll be coming back in just a moment. I'm image field required. You're asking me to pick an image, but the images that I had on here aren't saved. What the hell, man?
I had an idea, but on second thought, it's kind of a bad one, so never mind.
What was your
You
bad
guys
idea?
can control when Messi explodes.
No. Only I get to control that.
Doesn't that sound fun?
Let's just-
And I was gonna say it could be a way of delivering Patreon stuff to us, but that seems dumb.
I think that sounds dumb. That sounds kind of cool.
It's dumb because then it locks Patreon items behind chat
yeah.
hype trains.
So
We
If we
need to
can't-
make a wheel. We need to have hype trains be like level 1 good, level 2 bad, level 3 good, level 4 bad, level 5. We have a wheel we spin that has a mixture of good and bad options. That's what we need. We need wheels.
wheels are a pain in the dick to set up.
I
like
but,
Not
wheel-
really.
No. They're a pain in the dick to set up because you have to have a list of ideas.
Yeah,
So you have to like literally come up with, let's say, 15 ideas and then set it up on top of that and weigh them and so on and so forth, right? Right now, I'm struggling just to get a fucking picture I've already uploaded before to function. Because
being a boomer doesn't mean that it's the wheel and the computer's fault, Scott.
It's unfortunately, it's the fucking,
dang technology.
Because the bot changed, it's just giving me a hard time. So, it's super frustrating.
What if
okay, cool.
You can even have stuff. Oh, go ahead, Nessie.
What if we did the wheel idea and we all came up with some ideas? And what if one of them was we ended up on Dathomir?
No, absolutely not. No, we are not doing Dathomir. We're not turning this campaign into a joke. That is not happening. I refuse.
You could have a slim chance of it giving like Patreon like rewards to like a viewer. So if you hit like a level 5 hype train, there's like a small chance that one of like a viewer can be selected to create an NPC or make an like you could have stuff like that just as a slim chance since they're contributing money anyway through the hype train.
If
it's
there
a
was
similar
something,
type deal.
I did a quick.
I don't think you
Google,
can do that.
did a quick
I think that's
Google.
against TOS.
Something that somebody recommended was something like special quests that if it's depending on like think of it like a D20, the higher the hype train, the better of a quest that we all get to go on and find something cool.
I mean, but the problem is hype trains can happen literally every single solitary session.
Right,
and quests are going to last multiple sessions.
Once a session. No, just like a short, quick thing.
But that short, quick
know.
thing, even if it's just like a combat against an individual person, that could take an hour plus.
That could take an
time.
entire session. Yeah.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, I'm not feeling any inspiration for this. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and we're going to throw this to you guys in chat. Pop over into the Discord.
Make the choice, okay?
Yeah! Discord. Discord. To find the thing. Go over to the spoilers chat for Mass Effect, and we can find out where it is inside there. So we're good to go. Okay, and that would be. I think that would work. That'd be fine. I'm actually, I think, almost done getting at least the first items of this of the points working correctly set up. So I'm gonna have somebody go ahead and choose. So I give you guys. I'm gonna ask somebody. Hey, is somebody gonna be nice enough to give them a luck die? In just a moment, we can have that set up. So I think it's exclamation point. You can redeem via chat with exclamation point luck. Also show alerts. And let's see how this works. Oh, audio field required. Apparently you have to have an audio field, which is really frustrating. I don't want an audio field. Why do you have to have an audio field?
Because life is tough like that sometimes.
Like, oh wait, why are you forcing me to have an audio file? Can I have a blank audio file? Blank MP3 file.
Storm Pineapple, we ordered pizza tonight too.
Oh, Brittany made me a wife pizza tonight. It was so exciting.
A wife pizza?
Yeah, that's why I call Brittany's homemade pizza. I call it wife pizza. It's so good.
They gather up the women that live in the neighborhood and they cut them up and put them on a pizza.
Jeffrey Dahmer style.
All right, cool. Here's a blank audio file. Download as an MP3 for Android. I don't know. Just fucking download the MP3. Give me a fucking blank MP3. Don't be weird.
Mm-hmm.
Don't mind me. I'm literally trying to set this up for you guys because I didn't realize it was going to cause a fucking issue to have the bot change. Well, I knew it was going to have an issue for the bot to change. It always has an issue.
Scott, if you want to focus on that, we can keep trying to come up with ideas, maybe.
No. I have the first sample done now. So if somebody wants to, if you have 500 points and you want to exclamation point luck, or there might be some other way of redeeming luck. I'm not sure exactly what the other version is, but exclamation point luck might. Okay, Pat, you're not allowed to do it. And see if it actually pops up.
I think it's the plugin on the screen that does it. The Streamlabs one.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm actually not seeing it pop up for anybody. God damn it. I genuinely have no idea why this is not functioning. Oh, you know why? I bet I needed to do this. God damn it. You know what? Now I do
thinking of ideas.
Now I do need a moment. You guys go back to your ideas. What I was about to say.
So
I like
how's
the wheel.
everybody's?
The more I think about the wheel, I like it.
I like the wheel. I've got a couple of things that I do on stream for a wheel, and I just save the presets for the wheel.
We all do wheels. We all got wheels.
But we need ideas for the wheel. And the
All the
ideas
bad
have to be
things
things.
can be Scott eats a bean boozled. All the good things can be our party gets a little grows level.
So because we're playing 5e, even so much as a +1 modifier to your character breaks the can break the game in a pretty massive way. So having just like stacking +1s can really be an issue. That goes the other way too. If I get all of a sudden get +1s, that can really be an issue. So you have to be careful when you have wheels and randomizing modifiers and bonuses and whatnot. It can cause all sorts of problems.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be player-oriented. It could be world-oriented. Like, an option could be that whatever Citadel, like, finds favor in us and, like, assists us in some way, if that makes sense. Like, whatever org we're working for.
1% chance someone, like, joins the council or leaves the council or something.
Yeah, it could be... Well, I know you have a Patreon for this that people are very
Well, that's why you have some
handcrafted in.
big high percent chance stuff, and then you have like a couple little low percent chance
Well,
stuff.
I was saying even not that grand scale. Like, it doesn't need to be people moving around or like pieces moving. It could be smaller, but still for us it'd be big because there's such a large shadow government. You know.
The Guardians of the Galaxy reputation, or I mean, what's our group name? The Protectors of the
We don't
Milky
have a
Way.
group name.
The Milky Way.
Yeah.
That's us, baby.
The Milky Protectors.
The Milkers.
The mommy milkers.
Maybe a different name.
No, I kind of like
Milkers of the Galaxy.
Da-na-na, da-na-na.
Maybe like pretty much any other name.
Moms beware, because milkers be there. That's our slogan.
As the only
like it.
accurate representative of the party under that name, I veto that.
Shit. Only veto if you have a better idea.
Okay.
True.
Let's have one person try luck again. Ziltalily specifically. Exclamation point luck, and let's see if that works. We don't want to spam it because we don't know exactly what's going to happen. Let's give the stream a couple of seconds to see if that pops through. And it looks like it is not going through.
I don't think it was ever a chat redemption.
No, but that's because I have to use a different bot. Because the other bot's not supported. Because more or less what Streamlabs is doing is they're saying, yeah, we have this other free bot that you can use, but we don't support that anymore, so it's slowly falling apart as updates happen around it. Haha. We have this other one you can use, but you have to pay for. Go set up over there instead. So that's what I did, is I pay for a different bot that's supposed to function, but it's all new and different and so on and so forth. And so it just doesn't work the same way, right? It's very frustrating.
I guess we're the massive badonkadonk defenders. That's what Rena came up with. And as the only representative of the party who can
Better
say that,
idea.
I guess.
Yeah.
The booby bodyguards.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good
The
one.
breast of friends.
The breast
That's
of
2 on
friends. I
those.
love it. We're the best friends ever.
I'm trying to think of something that ties the two together. I can't think of anything that ties a butt with a breast.
It's weird.
Nothing should.
This should be whipped out for all to see.
Tell me about
Here,
that
here.
pizza again.
Tatas.
I said, tell me about that pizza again.
The wife pizza made of wives.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we could somehow combine the bust and the breast and the butt together on the pizza. You know, you see what I'm saying? Oh, you're back.
Try it like this instead, Ziltalily. Try exclamation point the word redeem space then the word luck. Try it that way.
We're waiting with bated breath.
Yeah. See if that comes through. Anybody seeing it? And I see nothing come through. Even though that literally is what it says to do. It literally says right here.
Any
Is your
capital
bot
letters?
on?
No,
don't think your bot's on.
it shows you exclamation. It is on. Yeah. I mean, if you exclamation point D20, the bot will roll a die. It's lost a net bot,
Oh, is
right?
that
So,
one?
so it is on. Yeah. So there are two options. You can redeem via chat, or you can redeem the air quotes normal way. Roll is Nightbot. The other one is this bot. There's two different bots. Anyways, so it says roll. You can redeem via chat, or there's the other way to redeem. But I have no idea what the fucking other way to redeem is. Not even a clue.
You know,
Both
the
Nightbot.
other way.
They're both Nightbot.
No, they're not.
I just did it. Roll and
Oh,
D20 are
sorry.
both Nightbot.
Sorry. The dice. My apologies. You are correct. The dice are Nightbot. Everything else is. So if you do like say Krasa, it's lost
Oh,
in
there
it.
it is.
Yeah.
see.
Or like ME. It's the details about Mass Effect, so on and so forth. So it'll come in that way. But variables
Enough
work
about
better
me.
through
Let's
Nightbot.
talk about you. Fuck.
Oh,
So
okay.
is this CloudBot that you're using?
It is. Yeah. All right. But
Oh,
either way.
Okay, I've used it. I know about it. I might be able to help you, but its
Yeah,
documentation is not right.
Yeah, I know. It's all fucking wrong. It's so fucking frustrating. Okay, guys, I'm so sorry, chat. In short, I can't help you. So everything's kind of disabled for the session. I'm sorry. Once I get things fully functioning and fixed, again, I'm going to give triple a nit for the things that people are doing. It's just
Only the people who wanna
unfortunately
help the
still not
party.
functioning. It's just still not functioning at the moment. I'm sorry, but the fucking bot is a pain in my dick. So let's at least stop being
Zill's saying he
frustrated.
doesn't have enough in it to even redeem, so it might be working if someone else has enough points.
No, Zill, if you do a net had 500 and something.
He just said he only has 13. I don't know.
Like, and Ollie has a fuck ton. Where's Zilt's? I just saw. I just gotta make sure I didn't disable it now that Messi's trying it. Hold on.
Yeah, I
This
tried
is
it,
super-
but I'm not sure if it read it because it was like in between other people typing.
Yeah, see, Zilt has 522, so it absolutely is enough inside there to work. So. Oh well. Oh well, okay, here we are. Let's so those are at least going to tick up for you guys. So while you're watching, as you're contributing all that stuff, those will tick up. If you give give subs, I'll give them to you. So on. I'll worry about the redemptions next time. It's 8:40 and we haven't started. We haven't even fucking done a recap yet. Rena's just been eating slower than molasses.
Then soon.
You know. She's like, well, it's been 40 minutes. I've had 3 bites. What do you want from me? So, I think that happened on
Bro,
vacation too.
I've eaten like 11 dumplings. I
Okay,
have 2
never mind.
left.
Rita's just
He's got
eating a lot.
4-foot
No
hoagie over
judgment
there
on
to
that.
eat.
Is that what we call messy now?
Yum yum.
So, all right, where were we? Let's
If
do a
that's the
recap.
case, where's the camera?
Let's do a recap for last session since this was a nice boring opening. Wade, you gave us the perfect recap last time. Oh no, actually that was Rena, but she's eating. Wade, you want to give us a recap?
Oh shit! I gotta land this plane. Oh hey, I'll land here. Let's go down this hill. Messy, don't trip. Oh shit! You okay? Messy, disarm this bomb. Fuck. Hey you, stop. Rena, get in this hole. Hey, stop! Shit, it worked. Hello, I talk really fast, but I'm not a scientist. I'm a soldier. Great, you're coming with us. I'm the bad guy. You're also coming with us. I guess you're also coming with us. Get on our ship. Oh fuck, we're tired. Messy, don't fall down there. Oh, fuck. Are you okay? Time to fly. Let's deliver the prisoners.
I don't
That was-
feel so good, Mr. Graff.
I did joke around with Messi that he should take some stuff that helps him disable mines. He didn't like that idea.
I can
For
do
when he
it.
leveled up.
I can do it.
That is the recap.
Thank you for the recap. Solid.
You're welcome.
Okay, so with 3 levels of exhaustion and you guys having traveled across the galaxy, I don't remember the name of the system that you were in, but I know the one you're going to. I think, actually, I do remember. I think you were in the Phoenix Massing, but one of the secondary systems within that cluster. And I believe you're going to one of the secondary systems within the cluster of Rosetta Nebula right now. So you guys are in the Rosetta Nebula. I believe you're going to the Alpha Draconis system. I'm actually pulling up.
This map is
I have in my
massive.
notes. Hopefully, Rena took notes. So that's all I have.
Okay, that's a fair. I mean, that's pretty
You guys
much
have
all I
notes?
ever put in my notes.
We're here. And we're going. Where? Where are we going?
At
I think
least
we
we're
were in
honest.
Pylos Nebula.
We're going
and
to
we're going
wherever
to Rosie Nebula.
Commander.
We're in Pylos.
I think we were in Pylos. I think we were at like Christoroy, and now we're going
And
to
we're going
Alpha
like this?
Draconis. I think so, yeah.
To Rosetta.
We did all the calculations for the 3 levels of exhaustion last time.
Yep.
We did.
We did all that stuff, and I believe you're going to Alpha Draconis. I'm just confirming right now.
So
Yes,
now we
because you're going
land.
to 2175 Aya is where you were going. Now, if I remember correctly, Wade, you specifically said, "Hey, next session when we start, I actually wanted to RP this one thing before we start." And you like said that at the end of the session, like or it was like post show. We were talking like, "Oh, there's this one more thing we wanted to RP before we actually landed the ship." I don't recall what it was. I just remember you saying that. So if there's something you wanted to RP, please feel free, throw it in right now. Otherwise, I'll
man.
gladly have the ship. Do you recall what I'm talking? Like you recall us saying that, right?
Does anyone else recall this?
I don't recall this.
Okay. Sorry, my last dumb blame. So we were having a conversation with the guy, the prisoner. And basically we're asking him, you know, what's the deal? Like, why are you trying to go for these artifacts?
Yep.
And he said it was just, you know, a job. Like, I don't even know what they are. I was just told they were going to be here at this time, so we took them, etc.
I don't want to interrupt your thought flow, Rena, but I believe Wade was talking about having a conversation with the PCs about something. Go back to your
Right.
thought flow. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Right. So we like have that whole conversation. We walk away from it thinking, should we like actually open the crates and look at the artifacts and see what we're taking here or not? And I don't remember if we had that conversation.
said
between
no.
us or not. Yeah. So
Oh, unless
I
that
think
was the
the-
conversation. I thought you guys said no. Continue. Sorry.
The soldier had like the Solarian had been like, I wouldn't do that if I were you, and we were kind of like, shit, well maybe we shouldn't do that then.
yeah, because we're already like kind of strained for
Yeah.
space and oxygen,
this
and
is
we don't know what
important.
these things do. He said specifically, I wouldn't like mess with something that I have no idea what it does, especially when we're
Yeah.
in deep space.
And this was important to get this stuff returned for your reinstatement and everything too. So it's like, we don't want to fuck with that either. So
Right. But that was the only conversation to my knowledge that we were like, maybe we save that for next time. Other than that, maybe we were going to talk to one of them again. But I don't remember what about.
I can't either.
I don't remember.
I don't remember anything else. That's all I got.
Okay. I feel like we were all in agreement to take the artifacts back anyway, so we probably just continue.
Now we land, we take
Yeah,
3
right.
days to just rest, and then we go talk to people.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you guys are making your trek all the way here to again 2175. Aya is the name of the planet that you were going to. I did toss a link into chat if you cared to click that link as a reminder. Somebody else made it. It's a cool like visual of what the systems look like. It's not the best to always have it open, but sometimes it's nice to have. Anyways, so as you're approaching this planet, it's important to note that there is a specific location on the planet that you're already intending to land. You were given the like coordinates on the world as well as what world you were going to. And as a reminder, the person that you're going to be meeting up with is the one that you had spoken to beforehand by the name of Thea. No. Athena? No.
Thea.
Thea.
Yeah, it was Thea.
Is there? I'm like, remember, and then I forgot. Alina was your old captain. I think it's Thea or Athena. One of those two. Something like that. I actually have it written down over here.
I thought we were
just am.
meeting the commander.
Yeah, you are meeting exactly that. You're not meeting Alina. You're meeting the one that you spoke to before, and she's like, meet me on this world. And that's where you were heading to. Sorry, give me one moment. I just gotta find that one thing. I'm just a dumb fuck. Leave me alone.
That's not
Athena.
my friend.
The name is Thena.
Oh.
Thena. Yep.
Okay.
Thena. So you're gonna go and meet with Thena. So as you kind of like take off and as you guys go to land in this world. So as a reminder for you, the world itself is 1.1 Gs, so it's pretty normal for you, Wade, for your experience. For where you were raised and like all of your training and whatnot is based off of Earth gravity. So this is pretty normal for you flying into this place. It also has a lighter than Earth atmosphere. So it's actually super easy to fly into because you get lower and lower before you even have to worry about, like turbulence and stuff like that. The world itself is a typical, breathable atmosphere for you. So it's like a nice, nitrogen, oxygen atmosphere, very easy for your characters to, survive inside there. There is, plant life all over the world. It is a water world. It is a Goldilocks planet. So as you, are dropping in, Wade, correct me if I'm wrong, but you probably would, hit atmosphere relatively close to where it is that you want to go, taking kind of like a heavy descent. Because when you enter atmosphere of a planet, you can easily like whip around the world a couple times on your way down for a slow descent. But I imagine you're doing kind of like a drop in quick because everybody here is like suffocating, right?
I mean, I wouldn't do anything. I think I know I feel like shit. So I wouldn't do anything too crazy. It's more like get in there safely. But yeah, get in quick. Get in quick. But I'm not flying in like a bat out of hell.
Okay.
Can we open the windows?
Graff's been exhausted before. I think some of the battles he's been in, he's definitely dealt with it. So I think he would be somewhat self-aware of his limitations when he feels like shit. So.
So you say open the windows real quick. You're going to be doing that once you drop down, right? So, anyways, yeah, when you guys are, kind of going in there, again, it's kind of a heavier descent, but because of the way that the gravity is and the atmosphere, it's actually going to be a relatively smooth ride. I am going to say relatively because it's not like you're going to crash, but I do want Wade to go ahead and roll me his piloting with disadvantage to see if there are already bumps or if he can really put. Look at that. Look at that. He still hit a 12, right? So despite how exhausted he is, from the lack of atmosphere, what is it, apoxia or hypoxia? I think it is when you're out of air. He's still able to glide this thing in with relative ease. So as you finally drop down low enough that you can see where it is that your target is, I can imagine, Wade, just like if you're holding your breath underneath a pool for a long period of time, you're like, I just want to go a little bit longer, just a little bit, but like your brain is screaming at you, get air, you piece of shit. Like you can imagine, like maybe the landing isn't the most smooth because you just want to land the fucking ship so you can open up the vents and actually have some air to breathe inside here. So when you finally do go over and land, we're not even going to waste anybody's time with scans of the world around the area around you. Everybody's just not in their right state of mind. So you go and you finally land the ship over in the landing pad, and you can see that there are the appropriate lights and signals. You were radioed at one point in time to go there, so no concerns about dangers. When the thing goes down and you all make your way over to the hatch, the airlock, and you open the thing up, the good news is there's a sudden rush of air that comes in. So it is nice to experience a lot of air like it is, right? The bad news is the atmosphere here is still lighter. It's 0.72 atmospheres. So even though it's nice to have like fresh air and clean air that you can breathe, every breath you take is still not gathering as much air as you would hope for after this long period of time of effectively holding your breath. Rena, this is, while not mechanically mattering, a little bit more difficult for you, considering the fact that you literally spent years, 16 years on a planet with like 2 times Earth atmospheres or close to that, right? So this is like even more upsetting for you. So as your characters are making your way off of the ship, I'll describe the surroundings, but are you more or less just all kind of like clambering, stumbling out? Are you going and grabbing your prisoners and whatnot with you as well? Explain to me how you're leaving the ship and going onto the platform.
Is this immediately after we arrive?
We landed door open.
Oh, okay. Well,
And we
probably
all
wouldn't
have
leave
3
them
levels of
alone.
exhaustion, correct?
Yes, sir.
I say we could alternate. That way somebody's like watching the prisoner.
I don't think
I
Graff's
should-
in a hurry to leave the ship. Like, he was happy to be there when the door opened, but it's like, okay, leave the door open, arrow flood in. It's fine. So Graff's not running off the ship.
So probably more like the door's open, steadying yourself, leaning on it for just a moment or whatever it is, just to kind of like catch your breath, but not trying to necessarily or anything like that, right? There would be lightheadedness. There would be dizziness. If you look at the effects of having 3 levels of exhaustion, you can clearly tell there's like lightheadedness and dizziness.
Yeah. So Graff's staying on the ship. He got his breath or whatever, and it's like, all right, it'll cycle in. Things will be better. Now what?
So funny, as you say, now what? You can see that there is an Asari that comes walking up towards the ship. She has a gun in her hand, but she's not aiming it at you or anything like that. It's an SMG. But you also notice, like, as you like looking down at her and take a moment and looking around, it's a bit blurry. You didn't notice them on their approach at first. Again, every disadvantage is a -5 to their passive perceptions. You didn't notice them with their advance at first. You could actually see there are 2 other Asari that have kind of like propped themselves up with, weapons aimed at you from a little bit further away. One with a sniper rifle, one with an assault rifle. But I will say, like, as you walk down and present yourself and explain who you are, they recoil pretty quickly. Okay, so continue.
Okay. Well, I imagine I would go out there to meet with them. So.
Sure. So you go out first. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So even the walk down the ramp, it's a little bit of a stumble, but you keep as much composure as possible and you walk out. What do you say as you approach?
She's not a commander. What is her title? I know we're meeting with
Athena?
Athena, but like, what's her title?
Yeah, give for me a moment, please. Notes.
Is it just you walking out, or just Strix and Frait also walking out?
Strix is gonna say is if you guys are getting up to leave, he would probably mention that he'll just stay on board to watch watch everybody.
I was gonna say, one of us should probably check on them.
And they would still be in my room, I believe, right? I mean,
I guess that's where we're holding them. Yeah.
yeah. So
If you
I don't-
check, is the cargo in there with them? I imagine not. I'll probably go check on the cargo and like get that ready to get off-boarded.
Okay. So just Thena. Thena works. It's not a matter of a title.
Okay, cool. I wasn't
yep.
sure.
I think I told you to say Captain Thena before, but that's fine.
Unless there's a matriarch.
That's not a matter of title. Well, that is kind of a title. It's also a life stage. But Thena was not. She was, matriarch. Not sorry. She was a matron, not a matriarch. Matron is the one in the middle. Yeah. Whereas Rena's character is a maiden.
would I
Okay,
know
well then-
anything about like their statuses or anything like that, or is that kind of like unknown to me?
I mean, we've been. I imagine they've been relatively in the same state we are. They probably feel like shit, but we've been feeding them and whatnot. We
Not
also
their
have the
statuses, but like
Solarian.
ranks. I mean, like
Oh, if you're talking about the 3 different
Oh.
age categories of being
Yeah.
an Asari, yeah, that's pretty common knowledge.
I don't know that. That's why I'm just asking if Strix would.
The
if it's
Solarian
common or
is-
not.
Where's the Solarian staying, and where is he going? Is she staying on the ship?
Where is the Solarian staying? He will gladly make his way down, but I'm going to let Rena, because she walked out first, have her moment before I have any NPCs step down.
That's fair.
He's probably studying himself, They have a rapid metabolism.
For sure. Yeah, so she'll just speak to the one that's walking towards her. And say, obviously not with her weapons out or anything like that, but still probably with like she's got a pistol and she does have an SMG on her. She's just not holding it. And she'll just say, apologies if we didn't land where we were meant to. We're kind of out of sorts, but I'm here to meet with Thena. I was told she was here.
Nods. Nope, not out of sorts in the least bit. Welcome home, sister. They'll say, and they'll actually walk forward and give you like a slight gentle touch to welcome you in. This job that you went on involved pirates. We just had to make sure that you were successful and it was you returning and not them trying to cause more problems.
No, understood. We do.
You look a bit pale. Are you okay?
I'll be fine. The journey here was quite rougher than expected, but
anyone on your
I
ship
just
need
a
medical
couple of
attention?
days. There's one. Two. We actually took 2 prisoners, and then there's a Solarian who was part of the original mission that has tagged along as well, and then the rest of my crew.
Only one of the original crew.
She nods.
I'm sure there's a story involved, and I'm sure Thena would like to hear it. She will turn around to the other Asari and just kind of like nod towards the ship to more or less go and lend aid. And unless somebody stops them, they'll actually end up going onto the ship, finding their way over to where the prisoners are, and they'll go and kind of grab the prisoners and lead them out. So unless anybody stops them, that's what they're going to be doing next.
I mean, you'd see that she wouldn't. She'd be letting them on the ship, so.
Okay. So the one that you were speaking to, which aren't the 2 going onto the ship at the moment, says, is there anything else?
We do have what was requested originally, and I believe it to be all there. At least that's what the Solarian has told me.
Nods. I don't have all the specifics, so you'll have to take that up with Thena. But you're home, you're in one piece, and you've rejoined us at last. And we are all happy to see you. When you have time to catch your breath, make sure you go around and see those that missed you. And she'll again lean in and give a small hug. And then also go on to the ship to see if she can provide any assistance to Frait. So kind of walking past you.
Cool.
Walk up to Frait real quick, and unless there's any RP you need to do Frait, she just starts providing aid for you and moving the crates to get them out of there.
Seeing that she's a sorry, it's pretty obvious. He would probably just let her handle it, assuming it's some kind of... Because as far as he knows, Promethean artifacts, which is what this is, obviously, are very sacred. He doesn't want to offer too much help, make it seem like something's going on.
Yep. I know, Storm. So the she will go and, as you suggested, she'll take over and make sure things get taken care of. Unless you guys want to stay on the ship, you're welcome to leave, and she will stay here to oversee others coming and collecting all these supplies and so on and so forth. All of you are free to go, including the Solarian, who will make his way off the ship, kind of stand at the bottom, look around, take a deep breath of air, and then because Zenestthea is down there as well, kind of standing next to Zenestthea, say, yes, well, finally, air that we can breathe. Thought we were going to die for a moment there, didn't you?
We made it. That's the important part. She avoids eye contact.
Indeed. Live to fight, live to profit, live another day. I'm going to go and collect my bounty. And then turns and, walks off.
Yeah, she nods.
Still can't believe that guy's a soldier. Would have sworn he was a scientist. He didn't fight at all. Got his ass kicked.
You say that as you walk up behind him, I'm assuming, and he walks
as he's
off?
gone, as he's walked away, out of earshot, he just says that to Zenny.
Mm-hmm. She's like, well, he is alive.
Yeah.
Mostly thanks to outside assistance.
The motion is he'll clap you on the shoulder as he turns to leave.
Okay. She just nods. Like, yeah, sure. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. She's just basically steadying herself, taking in her surroundings, because again, she's not been off that moon in 16 years, so she's like, what does everything look like? And then like watching as the Asari take the artifacts like off the ship.
Cool. So as the other two party members come off of the ship, so Strix and Frait come down to join you, you're going to look around and kind of take in the surroundings that are there. So it's important to note that the planet that you're on is a green world. There's plants, there's trees, they're unique looking to this world. You've never seen them in any other world, but you've come across that many times if you've visited many different planets, right? So the person out of all of you that this is newest or strangest to is honestly Strix. Strix, prior to joining with the party, has literally been on 2 planets his whole life. Actually, that's not right. He was born and raised and then left and came back for the rest of his days on a orbital space trash air quotes platform. He's actually been on
I've only been really
one
one planet.
His whole life. And that planet was
you call the junkyard planet a planet?
Yeah. I was gonna say the planet he was on was a trash planet. It was like it was like the one that you see fucking the Fly from in the Marvel movies. You know, the T-Rex boom 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 guy, what's the actor's name?
T-Pain.
I love the T-Rex in the Marvel
Jeff Goldblum.
movies.
Jeff Goldblum. The planet that Jeff Goldblum's on. It's like that's where he spent his time. Yeah, well, Goldblum in the Marvel movie was on the trash world. That's where I was getting at.
Oh, you're talking
One
about
planet
Thor.
Hulk
captured
reference. Yeah.
You're talking about Thor. Gotcha.
No, I cared more about Goldblum. Thor's all over the place.
T-Rex,
Yeah, totally.
I love when the T-Rex ate Thanos. Oh, my favorite scene.
We're still very exhausted at this point, right?
I'm feeling I've got 3 levels in real life, so yeah.
so yes, you have the exhaustion, Pat, but to describe the area, unique fauna, unique flora is what's.
How would the air quality here be different than what Strix has breathed before? Would it be drastically different because it's fresh?
Yeah, so for you, it's really good, like really
this
good.
This has got to be like paradise for me, right? Like,
yeah.
Well,
so because you're from
Citadel, right?
Well, no, he's not from the Citadel, right? So because you're from
there.
the Citadel world, yeah, that was super top notch, high quality. This is actually more comfortable for you, Strix, because the
like
world,
nature and stuff, right?
the platform that you came from, likely had a lower than 1 Earth atmosphere. Right, it probably was a lower atmosphere because you can imagine it always leaked because it was a big, more or less flying piece of junk. And then you can also imagine the gravity on that thing was, varying. So this is clean air without being like almost too heavy for you, like as Messi was pointing out, and thank you, Messi, 8 was. So really clean, really nice. But to get back to the description, what you can notice around you is there are lots of the modular buildings that exist in Mass Effect, and for those of you that don't, there's these large, almost imagine giant Lego brick buildings that are around you. These Lego brick buildings, just like with real Legos, they don't just have to stack up perfectly on top of one another. They can also stack up like side to side and hit some fun angles or whatever it is to allow them to make unique shapes and designs for different purposes, allowing, say, the top of one brick to be effectively a balcony to the brick that sits on top of it. You see a lot of these kind of, makeshift or I should say modular quick drop buildings around you. But you also see lots of equipment for moving large amounts of dirt and excavation and what have you, that is actively moving off in the distance from where you are. So where the ship landed, you're kind of in between where most of the buildings are and where the dig site is and a couple of other buildings happen to be. So
we're in the midst of like a construction area almost.
It's an excavation site. This is where
okay.
She told you this is where an old Prothean ruin is. So she told you she was going to be at the ruins themselves. So even though that one looks more like a city, it's more like a town, if you will, she's probably over at the construction site. So I don't know if your characters would want to go immediately over to Thena. That name for some reason is difficult for me. I don't know if you guys want to go over to Thena, or if you guys want to say, fuck that, we want at least a day of rest first.
I think for Strix, he would be just enamored by how beautiful this world is, and he'd kind of like want to explore it just a little bit. Not too much though, because obviously he's very exhausted. But he would be kind of just curious about this new world that he stepped on.
Rena?
I was gonna say, since they were like, there will be time, make sure you go around and like see people. She would probably be all right with like taking a day to kind of collect themselves and like actually rest. Since they're just like fresh off the ship. But probably not more than like a day.
Sure. So if you want to bring this to RP, you guys can discuss what you want to do. So whoever wants to start this up with what the plan is.
Well, I imagine we're all talking like off the ship now, so she'll just say, we don't have to meet with Thena right away. I know just the travel here alone was quite strenuous, so should probably take a day to rest before we have any kind of conversation.
Well, I won't say no to some R&R, especially now that there's a few less voices.
I am quite exhausted as well, but look at this beautiful, gorgeous planet. How could you not want to explore it?
It's nice. I'm gonna go
Are you
back to the
okay?
ship.
What'd you ask, Bessie?
I said, are you okay?
I've never experienced a planet this green before.
Very sad.
I've
Let me
mainly
see it.
just worked on trash planets and nothing quite like this. You would see that he's like very taken aback.
Why don't you take some time then to kind of gestures to the rest of the group to look around? He says, like, looking for any other opinions.
Perhaps I shall rest outside today. Find a nice tree, perhaps.
Graff's like walking back onto the ship already at this point. Another less voice. That sounds good.
I've been on this planet before, right, Scott?
No, you have not.
Just,
this
no,
is a new
I
one.
haven't. Oh,
Correct.
okay. I wasn't sure because she said welcome back, so I was like, oh.
To the organization.
Oh, that's what she meant.
I
okay,
shall
yeah.
not stray far. He
Did
says
we
as
get
you like
housing?
walk further away. I would try to find like a nice position close to the ship that's like next to some trees that I could just nap under.
Yeah, I can speak with them and see about getting somewhere to stay. I'm sure they have something arranged already.
I guess I'll wait on the ship then.
So then she'd probably go off to talk to some of the Asari that she was speaking to, because she saw where they went, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So I'd just head over there.
Okay. So you go to see kind of like where they head off to, and this is going to be again heading back to the dig site, which is I think what you were saying. You were hoping to wait a day first, but if you're heading that way, you're probably going to bump into Thena. Just so you're aware, but that's fine.
Oh, it was only to try to talk to some of the other Asari who were helping out to see like where we could stay, etc.
Oh, you could just talk to anybody that's around then. That's not a big deal. You could just
That's
find
what I'm saying.
somebody.
Yeah, like
oh,
someone
okay,
nearby.
yeah. That's fine.
Yeah.
So you go up to some random Asari nearby, NPCX, and walk up to her, and she says, blessings of the goddess. I'm glad to see that you arrived safely. I heard you were on a difficult task.
As difficult as it was, surprisingly easier than I expected in some ways, not so much in others. Regardless, I'm wondering if you can help me. We are needing somewhere to stay for a few days while we're here.
Nods and says, of course, there is a place to stay for all members of the Dominion. I will see to it that you have arrangements. Are your companions going to be staying with us as well?
Yes, they will be.
Then we'll have rooms provided for them.
I appreciate it.
Nods and says, "Is there anything that I should be concerned about looking past you to the group of them and how strange they are? Like there's a fucking Krogan like picking up a flower. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like looking past you.
This place is magnificent.
He's reading poetry.
Hot diggity dog. This place
What a
is
weird book of poems.
magnificent.
She sees Seth going down and she turns back and she's like, no. No, they're fine.
Nods. Looks at them one
Clearly
more
doesn't
time.
believe me.
Then looks
Yeah.
back at you and says, "Then I'll make sure that something's arranged for you."
Perfect. I appreciate it.
And they'll kind of like, go off and do their own thing. Unless there's anything else your characters want to immediately jump into, we can kind of jump cut a little bit to you finding your way over towards the town, if you will.
I'll just say
Yeah.
that Graff doesn't take the hospitality. He stays on the ship anyway.
That
She
makes
would
sense.
offer it up and say, like, we have places to stay, this is where it is, et cetera, et cetera.
This is somewhat of like a safe haven, right? Like
Yeah,
it's
Far
not
as we
like a
know,
known
yeah.
like
Yeah, we're in the grace.
Until this Reaper attack.
Yeah, I was gonna
we
say.
redeem it.
Which you can't redeem because I don't think it's a clickable button right now anywhere on stream, is it? Yeah, I didn't think so.
So are we getting a full long rest then?
Look, it worked.
In the jump cut?
You will when you get the full jump cut, yeah. So Wade, you're gonna stay on the whatchamacallit, and the three of you are gonna head over into the little village or town or whatever it is, even if Pat does inevitably spend the night outside. So when you head over to this area, again, there are these modular buildings. Part of the modular design is you can see that they have different like walls and platforms and whatnot set up in different areas for them to more or less have set up this place. Wade, with your character having the military background that you do, you're familiar with these modular designs. They're actually used in a lot of like colony worlds and whatnot when places are originally set up, right? So you can tell that based off of like the amount of disturbance in the ground that's here, so on and so forth, you can make a science check.
Is this after we've rested some?
You haven't rested yet, no.
Okay, so it's disadvantage.
Yes, sir. Thank you for catching that.
I don't want a rules lawyer, but with his familiarity, would he get advantage to counteract
No.
the disadvantage? Okay.
Nope, but he's just the only one that's rolling. So you go over, and it's one of those things where, because you're very low roll there, you believe that this probably has been set. Oh, hi, wife. Oh, thank you. This has probably been set up for a nice long while. Brittany's bringing me coffee and more wife pizza. Aw, isn't she
Dude.
the best?
my fiance brought me fiance pizza.
Oh, she brought you fiance pizza? Nice.
How many people have you
Nice.
killed?
Wade's just waiting.
Messi, this isn't you literally lean into like the side of Rena's screen. Just like, where's my pizza?
Do you want to order
Yourself.
pizza?
Get your own pizza.
Oh. Thank you, Brittany. Sorry, I don't know if I said that. You're the best. I love you.
What a rude ass.
You didn't even
Yeah.
thank her. You're just like, wow, look at all this great stuff.
Yeah. I don't
I hear the
honestly don't know if
music
it's-
from Rick and Morty when like the robot Morty takes out the little piece. I forget the soundtrack is called to that. I think everyone knows that music though.
I've never seen Rick and Morty.
Never mind. Most people know that soundtrack.
So let's back into it. So when you guys head over that way, right? When you guys head back into the, that's weird that it says that. Okay, weird. But anyways, when you guys head back into the head into the town, you look around and it looks like this has been established for a long time. Based off what Graff can tell, looking at how these landed, the disturbance of the ground or the lack thereof, so on and so forth. It looks like this has probably been here for several years that they've been working on this, right? You can also see that there, as much as I'm saying the word town, there's no shops or stores or anything like that that's here. It's just living arrangements for people, a small little place for prayer, if you will, because you can tell there's like a statue of the goddess or whatever inside there, and so on. There is no businesses. So when they say that they're going to find a home for you to stay in, They literally take one of these modular buildings. Whoever was in there is gracious enough to sacrifice their comfort for the evening or two, or whatever you might be being here, and you guys effectively get your own apartment. So she brings you over, and you brought in here. They're like, okay, well, this is going to be the place that you're staying in, and everybody is happy to have you as our honored guests. She says specifically to both Frait and Strix, not to Zenestthea, because she's not a guest. She belongs here. So have you as our honored guests. Please make yourselves comfortable. And they let you kind of like go into the apartment and whatnot. Again, unless there's any RP that your characters need to have, I gave you the small amount of information. Unless there's any amount of RP that your characters would have, we can literally jump cut to the next morning.
Yeah, let's do that.
Cool. And we can just kind of moving along.
How does exhaustion work?
So after a long night's rest, like a long rest, you immediately eliminate one level of exhaustion. There's no saves, checks, or anything like that. It just automatically one level goes away.
Okay.
So you guys are down to 2 levels of exhaustion, which still sucks. Let's be fucking clear. 2 levels of exhaustion is still moving at half speed and disadvantage on ability checks, which are skill checks and initiative. But it's at least you're not attack rolls, saving throws anymore, and you're probably not going to be going into a combat right now, anyways.
Until the Reapers attack.
So I do want to say that while these accommodations are very nice, Rena, and they're very comfortable for you and Frait, so I don't know if you actually sleep in a bed or you just meditate on the floor or some shit, but they're actually very comfortable for you as well. Strix, you slept outside or inside the bed?
I was resting outside. Once they told us we had apartments, I would have gone and stayed in the room. So I imagine that talk probably took like an hour or so.
Yeah, sure.
To like set up all the accommodations and stuff. I mean, I would have been outside resting and enjoying the actual fresh air. And then once they'd be like, "Hey, yeah, you could just rest in this room if you want," he would have retired to those.
I don't know if the bed's size was too small and uncomfortable for you, and I don't know.
Chat.
I don't know if the bed being too fluffy was uncomfortable or comfortable for you. What do you want somebody to roll in chat? D100?
Sure.
D100?
Evens is too big. I guess, right?
Yeah.
They can have a bed too big for you?
Yeah.
Too big.
Yeah.
Oh no, my bed's way too big. I'm so uncomfortable. Did someone put a pee under this thing? I can't sleep.
I can't believe the Asari have a bed too big for this Krogan. What kind of orgies do they do in that thing?
Listen, I have a king-size bed, and if I'm alone in it, it is uncomfortably large. It's like, why is this so big?
Well, yeah, because you can fit in a twin and still have space for like 3 other people.
It's a king! Kings are big!
Three other Scott-sized people, just to clarify.
Nobody redeemed for that, Wade, so you have to apologize.
Bed.
Oh.
It didn't work.
Rena, do you want me to show you my king-size bed?
No, absolutely not. No, I don't. No.
So
look,
anyways,
someone redeemed it. That's crazy.
You can say it anyway. I'm gonna refund you, so you're good.
I'm unmodding Messi again. God damn it.
What? Why? He could just say it for free. You need to spend points.
/ what is it? Unmod Messi.
No, don't do it,
was
please.
Taken.
Please don't take it away. Oh.
Okay. Have it again, and I'll forget why in the future. All right, so the next morning, you guys wake up. Pat, it seems like your bed was a bit too small for you, so I guess that was a little uncomfortable or whatever. But I also imagine at one point in time when you went to go
so exhausted, I wouldn't care. Just look like a giant elephant over this tiny little bed, arms flopped over.
As I say, I also imagine at one point in time when you went to go sit on the couch, maybe to watch TV or just to relax for a minute, you probably cracked the frame of it. But either way, the next morning you guys get up. No. The next morning, you guys get up. There's a kitchen there. You can have some food, whatever it is. So who knows what the fuck you guys make? Apparently, Strix is into some yummy food, so maybe he's a cook too. He's kind of a connoisseur of everything.
That was a very clever thing you just said.
I still have some snacks.
I enjoyed that world building. It was very good.
Oh. I see
I'm
it now.
lost.
I literally froze. I was like, what is he talking about? I have no idea what he's talking about. It, like when you say things like that, it throws me. I need to get Stop Scott yelled at
I'm not
because I don't
nice
know.
naturally, so it really sucks when I have to be.
All right, moving on. Distractions. Moving on. So back to
Speaking of
game.
distractible.
Back to game. You guys are gonna fucking hour and 20 minutes in, and we've done nothing. You landed the
45 of
ship.
those are your fault.
That's probably true. So you guys are able to kind of like gather up together the next morning. Now, Graff, do you actually just like stay on the ship till somebody calls to you? Do you go to them? Like, what's your plan?
He sleeps on the ship. The next morning, he'd be up early. And if there's a plan to meet somewhere, he would be there. Otherwise, yeah, he'd kind of be hanging out there ready to go just in case or available for whatever. But
Okay.
until they're actually meeting with Thena, I don't think he feels like he has too much he needs to accomplish.
He kind of removed himself from the rest of the group, so I'm going to have it set up so when Thena comes to speak to you, she actually comes by the apartment shortly after all of you have eaten. So Graff isn't here for this conversation.
I also had something I wanted to do.
Oh, what's that, sir? He's like,
I wanted
whoa,
to
hold
go
on. Wade cannot be the only person that's removed from important parts of the campaign. I must also remove myself from the important RP.
Well, do we know they're coming in the morning, or do we not
No,
know
not
when?
in the least bit.
Okay, well then I would probably go and check out their meditation stuff, their prayers and their religious stuff. And
He's
sit
gonna go
in on
Master
that.
Roshi, their yoga studio.
No, I just want to learn more about their religion. Is that so bad, Wade? Do you have something against that you want to talk about?
Oh, go for it.
Okay, good.
Make sure you bring something for those nosebleeds.
Okay.
So you just go and learn a little bit about their religion. There's nothing really worth noting inside here. It's more or less a slight modification to the basic way that Asari worship their goddess. So nothing crazy here. The Asari are a very spiritual people. Some of them are also deeply religious. This organization happens to be like a religious organization. So you can imagine everybody here at some point in time or another pops by.
The reason why he'd want to do this is because he's been taught a lot about different religions from the different cultures, but he's never actually done a mission where he's gotten the chance to sit down and like experience it. So he's going just to further his education, if that makes sense. He feels like it's his duty.
Sure, they don't provide sermons here necessarily. This isn't like fucking Catholicism or some shit. Like, there's not like sermons. There's not like some sort of pastor standing in the front lecturing to others about faith. But there are people that do engage in conversation. So you might find your way into a conversation. Others would be welcoming and whatnot to you. But there's no like sitting there quietly listening to somebody being like, there is no greater evil than when a good man sees evil and does nothing. Or some other misquoted line from the Boondock Saints. Jesus Christ, treadmill. I saw that pop up. Fuck you. Anyways, I hate you. So you're able to witness that, and we're also going to have you kind of removed from this scenario as you're like learning a little bit about the faith. So Strix and Zenestthea. Thena comes to speak with Zenestthea, and Strix is there for that. Oh, actually, Scott, I want to go and hang out in nature some more.
God, treadmill, that's an amazing bit.
Yeah, I saw.
I know that one. It's so good.
That bed's a twin.
Then why are there two sets of pillows? You have to at least say it's a full.
They're very tiny
It's a
pillows.
full. It's a full set. That's the smallest we can get.
Anyways, so Pat and Rena, with like a gentle knock at the door, or like a chime or whatever at the door, you would see on the doors thing that Thena is at the doorway, and so you can go over to the door, press the button, and it opens up, right? And so whoever it is that goes and gets the door, let's say it's Zenestthea for argument's sake, and the Strix is just nearby. The door opens up and she walks in and says, "By the goddess, I'm happy to see that you've returned, and we've been able to look over the delivery that you've brought. It seems as though everything's there, or if not everything, close enough. Thank you for what you've done."
Of course. I'm glad to hear that all was accounted for, or at least mostly accounted for. It was just the one Solarian that we had to point us in the right direction.
It was not just the one Solarian, was it? from what I understand, that Solarian's life was saved by you, choosing a path that would make even the matriarch smile. Thank you for the choices that you made and the help that you've provided. I've already offered rewards to your companions. The rewards are, of course, theirs. But seeing how competent you and your crew are, hearing what the Solarian had to say about each of them individually, I must say I am intrigued, and I think there might be more work to be had for you and your team.
Well, it's certainly something I'd have to discuss with them, though I can't imagine that they wouldn't be interested.
It's more a matter of, it's not so much a matter of just discussing it with them. You're going to have to get something from them. This, and Strix, you're here hearing this, okay? The work that I'm going to suggest that your team be a part of, though certainly it's not me giving the orders on this, is a sensitive subject, something held very close to the chest of the matriarch and the Dominion. So, if you speak to your team and they are interested in finding more work, understands that this work will require a degree of discretion, at least for the short term, and a considerable amount of danger. Danger not because we know of what threatens us, but because of the unknown.
I'll speak with them. Though
I can hear
typically
this whole conversation.
Yeah. Typically I'd prefer to know exactly what it is we're getting into before we jump ahead of ourselves, but
She'll place a hand on like your forearm and say, "You are entitled to all bits of information. They, however, are not one of us."
Can I try to deceptively not eavesdrop, but not? I don't want to be looking like I'm listening in on the conversation.
Oh, she was actually talking to you as well.
Okay. I didn't want to just sit there and
yeah.
Nope, you're fine. You're welcome to be a part of this conversation. Everybody would have been if they didn't say, "I'm going to go my own way."
Okay.
I forgot meetings usually happen the very first day you arrive at surprise breakfast.
Well, the meeting should have happened yesterday, but you guys went the other way and she gave you your piece.
Also, I wasn't invited to breakfast. Graff will remember this.
Continue,
It was
Pat, if you were going to say
delicious.
something.
No. I was just
Then, Rena,
I
you
was
can
just
continue.
making sure that I wasn't deceptively listening in or being like a jerk.
You are entirely welcome to this conversation. Even if there are some parts of it she's clearly being a little bit secretive of, that she's openly saying it in front of you.
I lost my train of thought. She'll say, so where exactly would it be that we'd have to go? And you mentioned unknowns. I assume that's in regards to what's there? What's at the place that you're trying to send us?
Zenestthea, it seems like you have a lot of questions. I'm not the one giving orders on this, as I've just said to you, but if you want me to give you details prior to speaking to your companions, and inevitably to the one who is taking lead on it, then I'll be more than happy to go for a walk with you.
All right. Why don't we do so?
She'll nod and give a smile to Strix and say, "Please continue to make yourself comfortable. You are a guest here."
Thank you so much. We have only just arrived. I know you're sending us on to a new mission and all, but hopefully we can enjoy our stay just a little bit longer. I've never been to a planet such as this, and I find it quite intriguing. The beauty here is unlike anything I've ever seen.
Just listening to the way that you speak, she just kind of raises what would be an eyebrow if they had eyebrows.
The wrinkles.
Yeah. Her little tentacles get all in a twirly. Anyway, so she just like looks at you, and there's like a full second and a half look as she's like listening and just kind of like absorbing what she's witnessing. And then she says, "There is no rush for you to leave. To say time is of the essence is perhaps a bit heavy-handed, but it is not on our side. So enjoy your relaxation. I'm sure, from what I've heard, a few days rest probably would do you well." And then she'll smile and turn to like deliberately walk away with Zenestthea.
He'll kind of do like a bow or even like a thud on his chest as in like a sign of thank you.
Yeah.
And then go back to eating his weird porridge oatmeal that they probably made for me.
Okay. Not a problem. So you guys are going to walk out the door, Rena. Do you want to speak first or you want her to?
I'll let her start.
Okay. So
After they leave, I'll probably radio in to Graff and to oh my god, Messi, I forget your character's name.
Frait.
Frait.
Be like,
It's
they
also on the
made
screen.
us breakfast here if you guys are wanting to eat. Zenestthea just left with the matron, is that her name?
Her name's
Or
Thena.
Thena, but like isn't that her like title or whatever?
So her age category is matron, yes. That just means that she's over 200 years old.
Okay.
You just say Thena, probably.
Okay. If you're interested in food, Zenestthea just left with the matron. I'll be here if you need me.
We'll
Strix
get an
out.
OMW from Graff. He'll come eat.
Assuming, like you said, there's no shops or anything out here, which Frait would find kind of strange, he'd come back because there's no other place for him to get food that he knows of.
This is where Strix is gonna poison all the food. No, I'm kidding.
I like the idea that Graff like is in the middle of eating like an MRE, and then like he's like, "There's food here," and he's like, clang as like his bread just like clatters to the plate. Anyway, so Rena, you go. They're going to join, of course, Pat or whatever. Rena, you go walking with her. She will say, if you come to them with information and you ask them to join you, like you did last time, but this time with even less information, and them knowing that you have more, will they trust you? Will they go with you? Can you trust them to hold important secrets to themselves?
Oh, seeing as how I just trusted them with my life. Yes, I can say I could trust them with important information. They don't seem to have ill intentions when it comes to just living in general, as she's like kind of lost in thought about it. Though as much as they'd like to know more, if I reassured them that there was a reason for my being able to not communicate with them, they would believe me.
She nods. This sky car is mine. And she like leads you over to like a sky car for you guys to pop in. And like you both sit down, you know, the door's shut. They of course open and close like Lamborghini style or whatever. And she punches in the coordinates and the thing takes off. As you know, we are here digging up Prothean ruins. What do you know of the Protheans? Rena, it's
What
fine
do
to
I know?
say.
I
It's
was
fine
gonna
if you don't
say.
know a lot about them. It's okay if your character didn't focus on that shit.
Cool. To be honest, not much.
Well, everybody knows that the Protheans were the Empire, the people that lived many years before we did. Even before the Reapers came, we knew that there was a people called the Protheans that left behind this wonderful technology that we used. Of course, recently with the Reapers attacking and so on, we came to realize the Protheans were part of not just one but many cycles of peoples that existed before us, and the Reapers would come and consume every being that existed at the time. Now, that does mean that the ruins that we come across are Prothean. The likelihood of ruins lasting 2, 3, 4 cycles is extremely slim, and I do not believe there are any signs of there being pre-Prothean ruins being out there. But with that understanding, the word Prothean doesn't exactly carry the same meaning we all originally thought it did. We think Prothean and we think of this one particular species, the dominant one of their time. That's not entirely true. What was known as the Protheans or the Prothean Empire apparently was one species that dominated over all of the others. They demanded of them. They were client races, to put it in Taurian terms, to the Prothean Empire. The ruins that we've discovered here are Prothean, but they're not Prothean, if you catch my meaning. And you can see like the sky car is like, flying over and dropping down into the actual area that's what's the word I'm looking for here? The actual excavation site that's over there, right? And you can see things are being dug up. We've done lots of sampling, testing, and so on. I'm not going to bore you with the details, Zenestthea. You're more of a warrior than you are a scientist. But the short version is, we've come across more information data than we've ever had before. But most importantly, we've come across computer systems that function. Now, not a full VI, which has been discovered on a few times recently, but still networks of information that do exist. And more than that, we've even come across a couple of, well, I'll save that bit of information for Alina if she chooses to share it with you. She says, for the first time admitting who it is that's actually in charge of the situation, somebody that you haven't seen in 16 years.
So yeah,
So-
she kind of like straightens up and paying close attention to every word she's saying. And she says that, and she's like, "Okay, for some of those artifacts that we brought back, some of the did you see the photo?
Is he gonna fucking Where's Waldo me?
I saw it and I thought it was so funny. I was like, wait, where is he? And then I clicked on it.
Instead of Where's Waldo, it's Sneaky Scott.
I know, I saw it too.
Scott has to climb back on the nightstand to jump into bed.
Jesus Christ.
Totally.
I have one of those little doggy
Little doggy steps.
The stools, yeah.
Do you ever remember the movie or book Indian in the Cupboard?
Yes, I do
Oh,
remember
God,
that
yeah.
actually.
That's a throwback.
Yeah.
Very big throwback.
Anyways,
Wilson in that
Scott,
movie?
yeah.
I
Oh
don't
my
know,
god,
it's too
you're
long
right.
ago.
They did. Well, no, I thought that was wasn't that Night at the Museum?
That's what I'm
Owen
thinking of.
Wilson's in Night of the Museum, yeah, and he's little in that. Yeah. I feel like I'm being belittled. All right, anyways, so continue, Rena. I'm sorry. You got interrupted in your RP. Do you remember where you were? Do you want me to set you back up?
I said something like, she was asking if the artifacts that they brought back were some of the like, I don't know, old computers and networks and stuff she's talking about.
The artifacts that you found are recently discovered Prothean ruins, which we believe to be actually Prothean. They're being transported here because they were the ones recently acquired close to the region, relatively, and to be shown as a contrast to what we're finding here to prove our theory. Either way, the reason why I have interest in working with your team is because after you had left, we did our due diligence. We had to know who exactly it was that you were traveling with. And you were traveling with an interesting group of people. Let's be honest for a moment here. You have a disgraced Drell, recently booted from the Hanar academies. So not necessarily a bad thing, because while incompetence might be what he's known for, it does mean that he doesn't have obligations to others. So trust can be found in him. And the fact that he happens to be spiritual means that he could potentially find a place here. It's nice to have the opportunity to work with somebody like that. You have the most interesting Krogan I have ever laid my eyes on.
You're
She
welcome.
smiles. I don't
I'm
have
goddamn
an
sexy
answer
too.
for that one. We just happened upon him. That's all I can say, really. It's not
I
much
do a
more
dance
to
for
it.
her later.
I'm not sure what makes this Strix how he is. But again, looking into his family, the Karruk clan, they are unique, to say the least. But his being young means he's easily influenced. You can sway him to being more loyal than perhaps a typical Krogan would be to an Asari. And then you have Graff, who is the one that I'm most interested in right now. Military history of success and failure, dead family, same scars that many people have nowadays. But he has a specific set of extra training that he got from his time in the Alliance Academy that most people do not get to have for training. In fact, there are very few of even our own that have it. He can read star charts, old ones. It's, again, a strange talent to see on his dossier, but he can read old star charts, and that's what we're looking into. Getting out of the sky car, as you guys are inside the place.
Right.
The computer that we found here, and then suddenly walk over towards the dig site. The computer that we found here gives us old star maps and potential ways to transport from here to there. It's maps of different systems, planets that have been explored at one point in time or another. And again, because we have these mapped out, we just have to use math, of course, to discover what is the safest path to get there. One of the star charts we found isn't for anywhere near the Rosetta Nebula, which is where we are now, but one from our home cluster, from the Athena Nebula.
That's quite odd. Why there specifically?
She shrugs. It's what we've been able to figure out so far, but the problem is, we don't have in the Dominion any people that can read and map out star charts that we're willing and able to take the chance with right now. But Graff would give us an opportunity to explore this place, to see if there is indeed a stable star with habitable planets around it, and potentially set up a route for us to get from here to there. Now, this is, if in case it's crossing your mind, this is not breaking any Citadel law. We're not opening up any mass relays. This is simply star jumping. It's not a short trek, but it's one that we can do.
She's nodding along. Well, clearly there's more to it than just interpreting the star maps themselves. Otherwise, you would have just asked Graff directly. Why the need for the filter?
This system was of interest to the Protheans. It was hidden from all the charts and maps that we've seen before. What if there's a lost civilization there? What if Protheans still live there? What if there's things of value? You know the purpose, the reason why Dominion exists. We don't exactly want to go sharing this information until we know that it is, first of all, safe, and second of all, whether or not it can help us and our people.
She nods. And then Commander wants to send my team to look into this.
Graff has a unique set of abilities, and the others, I think, will be easily led by you. Besides, if you're going to a place that's unknown and dangerous, would you not want to have a Krogan at your side?
One so sexy and has great dance skills.
I do feel several degrees safer when he's around. I can't deny that. But no, you were right before. I definitely do want to hear more from the commander herself and see what else she has to say. Clearly, this is quite a big expedition.
Then speak to your allies. See if they'd be interested. You can't provide any details. You just must ask them for their trust. You'll of course be compensated.
And this is something I must agree to before hearing out the remainder of the mission, obviously, as she's like thinking through it herself and like thinking out loud.
Alina's time is very thin. If
can
you're going
imagine.
to agree to this, you won't be meeting with her here. You'll be traveling all the way to the Athena Nebula to speak with her. So you're going to want to agree to it before you travel to the other side of the galaxy, aren't you?
No, you're right. Okay. I will speak with them.
She nods, and at this point in time, just to kind of like give you a view of what it is that you're saying. Again, you took the sky car over here, stepped out, walked over to where the dig site is. You're more or less
Right.
on like raised grounds. Not that the ground was. You're on effectively like level ground, right? But with like a railing around it, so you don't go falling in. As you're leaning down over a pit, just like a large, deep pit that's being dug out, as there is literal like ruins, like effectively a whole city that's down there that's been buried underneath mounds and mounds of dirt and dirt and dirt that's down there. Now, your character is not a scientist by any stretch of the imagination. You're welcome to roll a science check to see if you can get anything, but because of your 2 levels of exhaustion, you do roll with disadvantage.
Let's see. No.
Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to grab anything from that. So you're just looking down into a big hole, and the rock has different looks to it as it goes down, but what that means, you don't know. You could just see that it's buried down beneath there.
Rena's
There
like,
was, of
yep,
course-
that's a hole.
I said that's a hole in the ground
There's
if
a
I ever
big
saw one.
hole. Wow, you guys did a
Wanna
great
fall
job
down
digging this
that one.
hole.
Yeah, nice. Like at least 4 shovels.
She'll walk with you back. So you kind of like take that in. You take in the majesty of like these old buildings, which are not preserved, but still standing, right? You can imagine they're dilapidated and so on, but they are still standing. These, ancient structures made out of, again, space metals, right? But it has been 50,000 years and something caused them to be buried. So clearly it wasn't exactly a smooth ride. Either way. So, she'll eventually walk you back over to, and you can see that, oh, sorry, I should say one more thing. You see there's lots of workers around doing the excavation and whatnot. Of the workers that you see, 98.5% of them are Asari. Only a handful of them are non-Asari doing work. And of those handful, a good number of them are mechs, right? So, she'll walk you back over to the sky car. And as she walks up to the sky car, she'll, go to her Omni tool and send you like the authorization code to the sky car and say, you may use it freely to transport back and forth. Good luck in speaking with them.
Here's a free car. They just gave you a free car, bro. What the
She
fuck?
can borrow it for the time.
She just got a free car, bro.
You
Is
want
it
to
a
go for a
Tesla style?
joyride?
It's the Tesla truck.
She will ask. Can I bring them here so they can see?
She nods. You have freedom to go wherever it is you'd like on the world, but I would suggest you avoid the poles. The storms there can be rather dangerous, and some of the fauna here can be as well. So, I suggest you stick to the more civilized areas, but the world is yours to explore if you care to do so.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I will find you again after I've spoken with them. Or perhaps you'll find me.
And she'll just kind of like nod. You have, of course, you can ping her on her Omni tool. And then I'm just gonna kind of toss this to you.
That like she showed up this morning just like unannounced. So that's kind of her like, well, maybe you'll just find me yourself kind of thing. Anyway, she gets in the sky car to go back.
Yep, I'm going to throw it to you so you can have the RP with them, and this gives me an opportunity to cut up some pieces of pizza and to eat it.
So everyone's back at the apartment, so she'll just park it wherever.
I think everybody's
Yeah.
having like breakfast or at least finishing up at this point.
Say except for Strix, who's having his third breakfast.
I'm a big boy, okay? I gotta eat.
No judgment.
Want me to starve?
Like a stack of plates in front of him.
What about
got
second
his,
breakfast?
Special sauce out, and we're all like pulling our plates really close to us while he's eating.
You're holding it and eating it instead of sitting it on the table. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just saying, Strix got that thick shell.
You know it.
So she walks in. Oh, you're all back. Good. Apologies for being so late. I was actually out talking to Thena.
How did the talk go?
Yeah. How'd it go?
Well, she said she was able to confirm that the artifacts we brought back was everything she was looking for, or at least majority of it. So that was good.
Are you planning on going on this mission she was talking about?
Mission?
Well, that's what
What
I
mission?
want to discuss with you three. But do you want to go for a ride? I have a sky car. For the
They
day.
gave you a car! This planet is
Just to
truly
borrow.
magical.
Well, she showed me somewhere that I think you would like to see.
This whole planet is beautiful. I'd love to see more of it.
Yeah, we can go.
Somewhere we can't take the ship.
It would just be more convenient in the sky car. That area's not really meant for ships.
And he'll
I've
fit-
never been on a sky car before.
Are we
I've
sure he's
scrapped
gonna-
many of them, though.
He should. He should, right? I mean, I imagine it's kind of large. Maybe it's not that large. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I fit.
You tight fit.
Yeah. You'll fit in there. I love the idea that Messi wants to get into a spaceship to fly like a mile away. He's like,
Oh.
you're on a landing pad and you get into a spaceship to fly effectively. You get like no exaggeration, like 2-3 miles away. There's no landing pads here. Oh, where's the closest landing pad? The one you left. Oh.
Okay, we'll
We'll
go
need a
back.
sky
Thanks,
car
man.
then.
Right. I have one. I'll meet you outside. And she'll walk back out.
We should probably well, make sure if we're doing another mission that the ship is properly outfitted and we have some time to repair it and whatnot before we depart. The last one was well, we got lucky that one of the ships was disabled, the other two were kind of damaged, and we only had to engage with one. That could have gone a lot worse. And this ship is not exactly top of the line as it is. But I guess that's for a later problem. We can go in your red.
If the Asari make you feel uneasy, just know they're one of the most trustful people I know. Besides the Hanar.
Everyone makes me uneasy to some extent.
Perhaps you should offer to drive then. Might make you more comfortable.
Doesn't matter. I mean, I can. Happy to, but I'll just like look to Zenestthea and be like, "This is your show." Kind of nod.
The longer we linger, the less of this planet I get to see. Hop to it.
So yeah, she'll walk out and like go to
Like a
get in the
friendly
car.
nudge. Like, let's get going. You can see Strix is like weirdly excited, like kind of like a kid. I mean, I am a kid, but you know what I mean.
Haven't you spent the last few hours just in there eating food?
A man needs his. A Krogan needs his food.
Right. We don't want to miss any more lunch
Besides,
reviews.
I've got my own trusty little snack pack here. To like kind of nudge his pockets. In case you get hungry too, he'll slap you in like the chest.
Probably like get knocked back like a step. Yeah, I'll think about it. We should go though. He's right. Trying to change the subject from him offering him any more food.
Is this? I don't know why I imagine. Was this one that she drove when we got into it, or was it just kind of like? She
I think it was the
pressed
same
two
one.
buttons? Okay, yeah. So she did drive.
Well, so the way
I meant
these
like,
work,
how does it operate?
think like iRobot. It's automated unless you do a manual override. Which is, by the
Okay.
way, a button. This manual
Yep,
override, right?
that's
It's
what I
fine.
figured.
Okay.
Cool. Well, then she'll hop in. Imaginary space for all of us, and then she would take them back over to the dig site so that they can.
I like
see
the
it
idea
too.
that we leave extra space for the Krogan like up front or something, but he still crams in the back with us, so we're even more cramped.
It's all three of you in the back.
Where are we going, Scooby Gang? Kind of like sits on your lap like Scooby Doo.
There was space up. Okay, the door's closed.
I think I can feel my feet. I might be able to wiggle up there.
Nope, that's his feet.
I can open the door.
That's my foot.
I open like the one side door for that Strix isn't on. I'll like open
While
the
you're
other side so you
flying?
can- No, like we haven't taken off yet. I was waiting for them to get in.
Oh, okay.
So then I'll like reopen the door so he can hop out and get into the front.
Also, Frait manages to get out and go around, but like Graff goes to get out and like Frait closes the door and it's like,
Sorry, there's only one seat.
all good.
Okay, we ready? And closes the door and like presses the button, and then takes us over to the dig site. So yes, Strix
We
gets to see
go.
more from the air, which is cool.
I'm excited as hell.
You're driving the ship, Rena. Unless you need something from me, you're the one that's leading the conversation.
Yeah, cool. So they do want to send us on another expedition of sorts. So this one
They
is
did mention a compensation as well.
yeah, that's of course. So there would be more credits in it for all of you if it's something that you'd be interested in doing. Though I'd say that the real cost is that you wouldn't be able to have all of the information before accepting. There are some things about the mission that, I mean, even I don't know currently, but there are some other things that I do know that I just can't share.
Compartmentalization of information makes sense. As long as we're sure we're helping the good guys.
Have they discussed any kind of payment?
Not specifics, but I imagine for a mission of this caliber, it would be quite a lot.
I thought this might be a good idea, Graff. You've been talking about possibly getting a new ship.
I mean, just getting this one back is nice, but I think we all feel the effects of having some unwanted guests in the cramped quarters, so if we're going to be making that a regular thing...
What are you talking about as we're all like cramped in the back?
Yeah.
No offense, Graff, but your ship's kind of on the downfall as far as its lifespan, I think.
Yeah, well, I had the ship for one mission, then it was stolen, and I just reclaimed it, so it's not exactly been in the family for a long time. So I'm
So
happy
maybe
to move up
You
in the
trade it
world.
in? Yeah.
I mean, eventually, yeah. I'm not made of credits, and I don't think I'm going to get enough from this just to get a ship outright, so we're going to have to earn a bit more or be granted one for... Zenestthea, you trust that this is all above board stuff, right? Messing with protein artifacts and not knowing what we were moving, I get it, but intentionally withholding information, I also understand. I just don't want to be working for a Saren,
Well, what I can say is that the commander that would be sending us on this mission is my old commander, Commander Lena. She and I were on the same ship when I crashed on Arvuna. So I
All right,
trust
well.
her from what I know of her, at least for how long I've known her, which is quite a while. And I do want to hear her out. I want to hear more about it. The unfortunate thing is that we have to accept before meeting with her, as she's already near where the expedition would be taking place.
I'll defer to
It
your
would
judgment
be-
on this one then, but if you feel good about it, then I'll be on board.
If Graff goes, I go.
You're damn right. Finding a probe is not the same as replacing one.
I
Actually, kind
beg
of.
to differ, actually. I didn't know it was your ship.
It was a special probe that we lost. So yeah, still owe me.
I imagine we
I
get
think
out
I
of
actually
the
rolled pretty high on that investigation on the ship, so I think I know how special of a probe it was. I believe it was just a
Very
basic ass
standard.
probe.
It was.
Right,
Very-
special probe,
It was his
the one that
first
you can
probe.
buy at practically any shop, right?
Well, it was the one that came with the ship, and you know that they're not quite the same when you get a replacement. All right.
Listen, little man, and he'll kind of hit you with the 2 fingers.
Who are you?
I feel quite bad for stealing, uninstalling, and I feel bad. Okay, I don't need to be here. I'm here out of my own good judgment.
You're a big fucker, so I'm just going to agree with you for now. But just know I have thoughts that I'll probably be willing to say when I'm not right up in your chest.
While he said that, I think he got really uncomfortably close as he normally does.
He's like,
Yeah.
I imagine the sky car lands and we can get out and walk over to where the ruins are. And as
That's a
as we're
hole.
walking up, she'll say, well, I trusted the 3 of you with my life and my reputation on this last mission. And so I would trust you again on an expedition like they've described. But you in turn would have to trust me and know that while I can't tell you everything, I wouldn't choose something that would, well, be extremely detrimental. I can't lie to you and say that it wouldn't be dangerous, because of course it is, but I think it's worth looking into.
Okay, fine, we'll hear him out.
well, I'm assuming that is us being able to hear them out. I don't think we're getting much more than that, right? It sounds like it's gonna be pretty vague info.
Until you speak to Alina, who isn't here. She's very far from here.
Thank you, God.
You're welcome.
Did you guys hear that? Um,
As far as my Bluetooth
I
is
didn't know
connected
this car
speakers.
had an automated AI. In
it
AAI. What
Oh,
superb
yeah.
technology.
Hey, Alexi, turn off.
Hey, Alexi.
that I suppose I heard you. Anyway, these are some of the ruins that they've uncovered while they're here. She showed me this earlier, and I figured you'd might want to see it for yourselves.
These
Would
rooms
I-
look familiar to us at all, Scott? Do these mean anything to us?
No, unfortunately, not in the least bit. None of you guys are have a backstory of being, scientists or anything like that.
Oh,
so
we need
it
that
wouldn't make
Solarian
sense.
back.
Would I have any knowledge or like any knowledge about like these Prothean artifacts that they've been talking about like this entire time, or would this be kind of just like jargon I've heard of but like not understanding?
No, so you understand that Protheans are a race of people that came many thousands of years ago, and anything of theirs that you find is likely valuable. But beyond
But that's
that,
it?
yeah, you wouldn't really know much. Like, you wouldn't know how to like access them or whatever it is. You know that they don't really work for most people. So,
So I just know it as ancient tech.
correct.
Valuable ancient tech. Okay. Its value, I don't know why. I just know it's valuable.
Well, I've
Mhm.
seen it, right?
Well, you know it's why, because it's old,
Amazing.
and it's literally the technology that was used to springboard all current societies from the where they were to where they are. Like, it's how everybody learned how to do FTL travel, so on and so forth. So it's valuable because it's way more advanced than your shit. But now your technology is more or less coming in line with theirs, so they're not like really unlocking new secrets anymore. It's more or less like, oh, okay, yeah, we can do that too. You know what I mean? But it's still, if you think if you found a fucking fossilized dead guy's tooth from like, I don't know, 150,000 years ago, you'd still be like, wow, I found a dead guy's tooth. And some, museum is going to be like, we expect you to give that to us for free. And after guilt tripping you for a while, they'll
Okay,
probably pay you money
Britain.
for it.
Calm down.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Don't make us invade your home.
I am the very model of a scientist Solarian. I've studied species Turian, Saurian, Bacterian. I'm quite good at genetics as a subset of biology because I am an expert, which I know is a tautology. My xenoscience studies range from urban to agrarian. I am the very model of a scientist Solarian.
Cool.
Okay, so why did Molly get that cute toy?
We've had this for a long time. We've actually got 2 of them, but because
Makes
we're
sense.
moving, we've been packing up and we came across them. And she was
Wait,
like,
you're moving?
"You're playing Mass Effect here." Yes, I'm moving to Ohio.
Oh,
congrats,
congratulations. I hear
you.
everywhere is Ohio.
It is, which is why we're moving there.
Oh, all right. Well, welcome to everywhere.
We're trying to get away from nowhere and get to somewhere. We ended up in everywhere.
All right, well, congratulations again. Didn't know you were moving. Would have been nice.
I don't
to
remember
know.
where we got this. We've had this for a long time, probably at a convention. I've got an L core somewhere too. But his batteries are dying, so if you squeeze his leg, it's just
Oh,
like,
no.
and that's like all
Sounds
you
even
get.
more like an Elcor.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Oh, that's awesome. All right. So anyways, yeah, where were we? So Rena, I believe you were going to go and speak to her, right?
Yeah, if we were done at the ruins, then yes.
Was everybody
Yes,
on
it would
board?
be.
Did Frait and
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. It's just everyone to agree that we wanted to do it.
Yeah, I don't know if Frait even spoke up once during that entire conversation, at least not while I had my headphones on.
Don't worry about it. I did.
Okay. As long as there was at least, some talking inside there. Cool. All right, so you'll go and find her to speak to her. I should look and see the group of you together. So unless you want to speak first, Rena, I will.
he was busy falling down the hole.
Yeah, he fell over the edge and none of us noticed.
Don't ask me to climb in or out of it because I won't make it.
Rena, that was to you.
But yeah, go ahead. You can. We'll go to find her and I'll let her speak first.
She says, the fact that I see all 4 of you approaching me together is either a good sign or a very bad one.
No, it's a good sign.
She nods. Then you all agree.
Yes, and she kind of looks to the rest of the group and nods to them.
Yeah, we're trust in Zenestthea's judgment and y'all's credits, I suppose.
We're
She
here to
nods
help
and
out as best as we can.
while getting paid.
We're all getting paid, right?
Yeah. She actually, the next thing I was going to say is, you did receive the credit transfer. Yes.
I love that note. None of us checked. Literally, we were so exhausted we didn't even check.
What was the credit transfer that we got?
Can we just check on our Omni tool?
Yeah. Didn't she offer you guys 25,000 credits, right?
I don't remember. Sure.
How was that divided?
25,000. High five. High five. Reinstated.
I just
was
want to
it?
know if I need to write it down. That's all.
That'd be 6,250 apiece if we split it even.
I'm okay splitting it even.
Yes, Messi, put 6,250 on your bullshit character sheet.
Okay, Dad.
Clean up that
Thanks.
room.
No.
I don't wanna.
Okay. You guys good?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes. So then she confirms. Yes. We did receive that. Thank you.
She nods and says, "Good. Then you know, of course, that our word is good." You know, she says to the rest of them, "You know that our word is good. Then I have a location for you where you're going to meet your next contact. Her name is Alina, and somebody that Zenestthea knows very well. Zenestthea, it was a pleasure to meet with you. It was a pleasure to work with you, and I wish the best upon you. May the goddess guide you in your path. You're going to go to the largest moon of Tritogonith in the Vernio system. You were told the Athena Nebula. So the largest moon of Tritogonith in the Vernio system. There you will be able to meet with Alina, and with Commander Alina, and she'll be able to give you the details in question. It's a long trek. I'm not entirely sure if your ship can make it in one go. You'll likely have to stop for fuel along the way, but we did take the liberty of refueling your ship while you were here."
Thank you for that.
She nods and says, "Unless you have any questions further, I wish you all safe journeys."
I suppose the only further question that I'd have would be if there was anything else. I know Graff, you'd mentioned wanting to fortify the ship for a larger journey or longer journey.
Oh, it needs some repairs, and like I said, it's not exactly the finest ship in the galaxy, but if you don't mind us hanging around for a few days to work on it and get it back into tip-top shape before we go on a long journey.
Commander Alina didn't expect to send anybody for at least a few weeks anyways. So, if it took you a few weeks' time to arrive to her, or less, she would be satisfied.
Thank you. We can
And,
probably work out the issues with it on our own. And you guys have a good spot to buy parts and that kind of thing around the dock?
Unfortunately, no, not around here. If you're looking for bits and bobs that you can use for repairs, yes, we do have those kind of supplies. That's not a problem. But if you're looking for any degree of upgrade, I know a person that you can deal with on Omega. They are not the most trustworthy, but they will see that you're spending a fair price, if such a thing even exists in the past, decade or so. And they will see to it that you have a location where your upgrades may be done.
So when you say not trustworthy in the quality of the goods, not trustworthy and keeping a secret, something else.
They
think
want your
she
credits. Just don't
Sorry.
trust them. Go ahead. I didn't mean to overspeak you, Frait.
I think she means it's Omega. You know?
Well, more information you have, the better. Before you walk in to talk to someone not trustworthy. That'll be fine. Thank you.
And
Okay.
I imagine it's a pretty short list of people we'll be allowed to speak with about this mission.
She shakes her head and says, "You will speak to me, or you will speak to Commander Alina. Nobody else. At least unless Commander Alina says otherwise."
He just nods.
If you're doing simple repairs, though, please make yourselves at home. There is no cost for the supplies or whatever you might need for that. You're welcome to do so. But if you are looking to enhance any aspect of your ship, I do suggest that you turn to Omega.
We'll check it out, but yeah, we do need to patch it up a little bit before we head out.
Best of luck. So before we get into like any more RP, which you guys might be gearing up to do, I'm gonna bring us over to our map real quick, which I think you guys are looking at anyways. The reason why I'm bringing us over to the map, God damn it, looking at Karruk and Paul dancing on a pole is frightening. Is so you guys understand how many jumps you have to do. If I remember correctly, your ship has 6 fuel. It can go maximum of 6 jumps before it's out of fuel. Remember, you're in the Rosetta Nebula, but you're not on the primary system. So you're going to have to do 1 jump just to get to where the mass relay is. So effectively, 1 is here, and then you're going to go, so we'll just kind of do it like this, 1. And then it's 2. Then 3, let's assume you're going straight through. 4, 5, 6, and now you're out of fuel, unless you stop to refuel at some point. 7, 8, and then because you're not staying in the primary system, you have to go to another system inside here. 9 jumps is how many you have to do, FTL jumps. So you're definitely going to have to stop at least 3 into your travel to make a refueling. Which, funny enough, because it's 1 just to get to the edge of the Rosetta, 2, 3, the Omega station is 3 jumps away. And that brings you're out of fuel arriving to where you're bumping into Alina, but likely she'd refuel you anyways. So unless you're making any secondary stops, going to Omega actually double works for you for this. I'm not saying you have to do this. It's just a plan. There are other places you can go, including, I believe, the Hanar homeworld, or Hanner homeworld is somewhere between here and there too. Feel free to jump into RP to talk amongst yourselves about what
What
it
do
is
the
that your
symbols mean?
plans are. So
Inside the
you
rings?
have, yeah. So the 5 pointed star, even though it's not the 100% correct symbol, that means that it's where the Citadel is, where a Citadel station is. And the other symbol is the Omega symbol. I am going to put others here too, which are the symbols of like which species owns or more or less runs that nebula, that cluster, sorry. But I just haven't gotten around to it. It's kind of a pain in the ass.
Okay, so maybe we stop in Serpent also to refuel, so that if we need to, we can jump out.
Yeah, that's going to be where you've been in Citadel East. That'd going to be Citadel West, which remember is different than what it was in the video games. But continue. Sorry.
Well, are they still a full working Citadel, or is there something we should know about that place? Okay, it's good. Yeah,
Yep.
so then we should probably stop there just so that we have enough fuel to jump out of Athena if we need to, rather than be stranded there until someone helps us.
Scott, I don't remember what the different line colors mean. Red versus purple versus blue.
Yeah, that's a great question. So because that does affect travel times and what have you. So it's actually the key is in the top left-hand corner of the map. So a blue means normal core drive. So this is like the speeds it takes to jump. The purple is going to be a -2 core drive, and reds are so low that you guys actually, I don't even think your core drive is strong enough, even with all of your enhancements, to make a jump if you wanted to.
Probably not.
Remind me, what is your enhanced core drive's number? Is it a 3 or actually it might even be a 4? Come to think of it.
By default, ours is a 2.
I know Pat can upgrade it,
It
but is
goes
Pat
up
the only
to
one?
I upgrade it by 1 to a 3.
Like I don't.
Oh, that's right.
Can I upgrade it?
Yeah, you spend like more or less spell points to
Oh,
upgrade
okay.
it. Yeah.
Piloting nav gives me a +1 to drive core class.
Yeah. Because of your piloting background, you have that. That's not just like anybody with piloting nav. Yes, that's true.
I'm assuming helm doesn't affect it.
No. So you guys are effectively a 4. And I just have to look up now that I'm done putting the correct symbols onto the map for you, Messi, to answer your question. Let's look up the actual rules for this. If we open up your ship, which, did you name it? Because it still says ship for waiting crew.
Oh yeah, we did. Guys, we talked about that, remember?
Oh, I didn't put the rules in this campaign. I put the rules in the other campaign. That's right.
Ideas and stuff.
Yep. And then you said, I'll name it all on my own. I don't need your input. And then you didn't. So.
Chat gave you guys lots of
you were
advice.
like, no, wait, I've got lots of ideas I'd like to share. I don't want you to take the brunt of this burden. And I was like, Messi, that's so nice of you.
Yes, but then you told me that you didn't need charity. And that you were going to do it. So.
And I was like, charity, what a great name for a ship.
Charity.
It's the ship that keeps on giving.
I don't know if you remember this, but I did give you a list of like 10 names.
Yeah, you did an AI to pick them, and they were all pretty bad. One was like the butt muncher or something. It was like,
Yeah.
Yes. Did.
While I do imagine they'll eventually have a ship named Theseus, I don't think they want their short-lived first ship to be named Theseus. They'll probably want their next one to be named that, so Wade can be happy. I thought there was one in chat that everybody kind of liked that was inside of Discord. Wasn't there?
I like Pathfinder, but not for a ship that's a piece of shit that we're getting rid of.
Agreed.
I'm sure it matters.
Okay. It's just the ship. That's not a big deal. Let's move on. So, yeah. I was just coming up with travel time for everything, but you're good to go. Continue with your RP.
What were we RPing? You were talking to us about the travel.
It was like I don't know what RP we were having.
Yeah,
I
think
told
that
you guys
we
what you needed to do. You guys are going to talk to each other about what you wanted to do. Like, are we going straight there? Are we stopping? Messi brought up a second jump. Yeah, go ahead.
So we need to do some upgrades to the ship then before we leave. That'll take a couple of days.
Repairs shouldn't take too long. If we stop at Omega and we find some other stuff we want done, that's hard to say. Depends on what we want. I would say we should probably top off fuel at Omega before we keep moving. This is quite a distance, so it's going to take a while and burn through a lot of fuel. But get to Omega, top off, and then see if we want to do anything there. Preferably spend as little time in Omega as we have to. Then keep moving.
Probably the sooner that we're able to leave here, the better then. Give us more time there if we need it.
No doubt this will be a long trek. I will try to keep the engines from overheating and try to get us there safely in one spot.
Yeah, just don't sell any of the engines when we get to Omega, if you would.
I think he'll give out a hearty laugh. I will try not to. You just
I'm
like
glad you guys get along so well.
Like water and oil. Well, shall we get these repairs underway?
I can do a lot of the repairs, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The rules are right there for you inside of Roll20. Feel free to take a quick glance at them. It'll tell you how to get it done.
I don't know if anyone of us can assist him
I can assist with
anymore.
electronic stuff.
There's rules
We have
about
to wire
assisting
anything.
written inside the rules for you right there too.
How dinged up is our ship right now? I guess I should look at that too.
Yep.
We took a critical hit, I think. I know we took some hit points.
So it'll just be intelligence bonus plus 2 times proficiency.
I don't even see how many hit points we have.
For you, yeah, it would be.
For me,
I'm going to
no.
drop you onto a map that has your actual ship on it. Give me 1 second. Just you guys.
Aid another. Oh, I see. Both. Oh, okay. So only engineering. Yeah, I can't help you.
Did you only lose? It looks like here's showing that you only lost 3 health points.
Did we fix some
That is
through like a
correct.
check or something? We only lost 3? Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, we
That
lost
means
3.
1 successful check from Pat making a DC 15 engineering check, and he could fucking fix that. I think even Wade can fix that.
I'm proficient in engineering, Pat, so I can assist you.
There's rules there about aiding another. I think you can actually give him advantage on his roll if you read the rules.
Both
I've
must be
written this.
proficient in engineering. Aid
Yep.
provides advantage in the intelligence engineering check. You repair the mega hit points normally based on the character making the check. So, Pat, I'm assuming you have the highest engineering.
Yeah, mine's a 4. Mine says for when I'm repairing, I get int bonus plus 2 times proficiency bonus. I don't know what
That
that
should
means.
just be your engineering stat if you have advantage or expertise, I guess I should say.
You don't have
Okay.
expertise in engineering yet?
Me.
Yeah.
I have a check mark.
That's
Yeah, but
proficiency. I thought you had
That's
expertise in engineering.
proficiency.
We talked about you taking. Oh,
Did we
you didn't
level
have taken. Okay. Yeah. Did you finish leveling up? We didn't roll our hit points, Scott.
Oh, roll your hit points. Yay! Chat,
Yay.
they're going to roll their hit points. Unfortunately, I don't have a
But
means
they-
of them giving you rerolls if they want to because the
Yeah,
points aren't
chat
working
can't
at the
help.
moment.
Great.
So, but if they need to,
Being
hopefully we'll have it
punished.
fixed for next session.
Can I re-roll mine because I took the lucky feat?
No. That's not what we're referring to. We're referring to like chat
Man.
offering rerolls. Yeah.
We use luck dice to enhance our hit point rolls.
No. I'll go first because I took the most damage in the last one.
I think you were the only one that took damage.
Fuck. Chat, help me.
Did we just press
me-
the hit
Why would
dice
you want to
button?
re-roll a 2? I guess that you could get a 3 or 4. I guess that is.
Wait, hold on, Messi. You're supposed to roll a d4. Is that correct?
Unless my sheet's wrong, I can check. D4 does seem low, right? That seems really low.
That does feel low. Yes.
Let me check the class. Oh, it's a D8. Why is it D4? Hold on.
Soldier's D10.
Yeah,
You
my
just
hit
press
dice
the
is a
hit dice button,
D8.
or
Rena, you're
Yes.
a D6.
Yes, you just press the hit dice to answer your question, Pat. So I just didn't want to talk
Are
about
you a
Okay,
Sentinel
I
or a
fixed it.
Vanguard? You're a Sentinel, right?
I'm a
I
sentinel.
fixed it. There we go.
You're a
Fuck.
You're a D10.
It's still better though. That's still better. And you rolled the correct die and you rolled the higher.
That was gonna be an 8.
Don't we wish we had channel points?
Hey,
Hey!
I'll take a 9.
Graff doesn't have to worry about it. Rena,
I've
it's
taken
time
the
to roll a
average and we got
6.
5. Sucks.
Rena, you're doing the wrong die as well, I think.
There should be
Messi,
a
you want to talk
D6.
her through how to fix that?
What the heck?
Hit the gear,
It's not your fault.
and then at the top left, it'll say hit die, and it'll say D4. And you just click that and set it to D6.
Okay. Let me try rerolling then.
Mm.
Wow.
Minecraft Steve. Oof.
I'm
Well-
definitely the person that does not need to be rolling this low too, which sucks.
Rena got
still-
1 health point. That's good news.
Are we still exhausted
ass,
at this
dude.
point or no?
That doesn't matter, but technically yes. But by the time you leave the planet, which will be another day or two, you will not be.
Okay.
Why? What's up?
I was just for the repair check.
Gotcha.
So do I
Then
roll-
as of today, you actually for the next 2 days you would still have the disadvantage. But if Wade assists you, he
It's
takes
just
away
normal,
the
right?
disadvantage and makes it normal. Right, Wade?
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm just rolling engineering.
A normal engineering check.
It's a DC 15. You know it for a fact, so you might want to luck that.
Yeah. Damn.
So you spend the day trying to repair the vessel, and unfortunately, after the day of trying to repair the vessel, it doesn't work. You can the next day try one more time, and then you're probably going to be heading out of here. So this day, it's the same thing. Wade's going to help you to allow you to roll normal because it's the last day that you would have disadvantage on your own.
There you go.
and you crush it. You easily are able to repair the ship. So effectively your character, while tired, spent 16 hours working on the ship before finally you got the thing repaired. So even though we all know in the metaverse that that you were only missing 3 out of 50 health points. So what's that like? What's that math come out to? My brain's not working here. 6%. Yeah, thank you. 6%. Damage. Your characters are probably thinking, wow, this thing got really fucked up in that fight. Wow, it's a good thing we got it, because it still took you 16 hours to repair it, right? So you can imagine you probably thought it was more. Anyways, continue. You get the ship repaired. Anything else you guys want to do here while you're on this planet? Any RP or whatnot? Or are we just kind of like filling time before you head out? And did you want to stop? Like, I don't know what you guys have for resources, how much you have on you for money. As a team, were you interested in trying to find upgrades or what have you for your vehicle on Omega? Was there anything you wanted to go to Omega for? Or is it literally just go there, grab some fuel, and leave?
We might look and see what kind of things they can do. I don't know if we'll actually buy anything, but we'll at least talk to the contact, I feel like.
There was something I wanted to get on Omega. I wanted to buy a weapon.
Okay. Awesome. Then let's move on to exactly that. Anything else to happen on this planet before we go to Omega?
Not for Graff.
Not for me.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think so.
Cool. Then let's have you guys more or less after 3 days of spending on this world and Strix probably enjoying the great beauty of it. Rena, your character, having lots of time in the background, meeting with other Asari that you just haven't seen in like 16, 17 years, maybe more if you just hadn't seen them for a while since prior to being lost away or whatnot. So it's a great time for you to catch up on that. Graff actually having genuine peace and quiet. Like, they're off doing other things. So like the ship is all to yourself. So I imagine like there's like a solid, unless you're working on the ship, there's like hours straight that Graff just enjoys quiet. Just like, And I don't know. I feel like Messy's character's hanging around schoolyards. I don't know. Either way, after a few days, your characters will hop into the, what? What's the matter, guys?
I said, what a weird thing to infer. That's so odd.
Yeah, so anyways, you guys are going to get into the ship and you're going to start trying to fly away. It's one lower than light speed travel to get to your the edge of the system, and then you're going to do 1, 2, 3 faster than light jumps to get you here. Assuming Pat and Wade are enhancing the core the entire time. This whole trek takes you, what's 9 times 4? 36, right? Plus another 6 hours or so. So we're talking less than 2 full days. Yeah, it's less than 2 full days for you guys to get from that planet all the way. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Plus another 6 more. So 48 hours. So exactly 2 full days to get from where you were on that planet all the way over to Omega Station, which is pretty fucking quick. So you're actually traveling faster than the other crew, and they're level 11 in the other campaign.
Should have had a pilot.
They have a pilot. The problem is that let's just say across the board, they're not as good as you guys. So, Tash isn't in chat, is he? So anyways, the
Do you
the
talk us
pilot
behind our back, Scott?
What?
You would.
No,
No,
what?
he
No.
fucking
Is it
does.
behind your back? It's live. We're live. There's not behind your back. If there's 120 people
Are you
here right
dicking
now.
to us behind our backs?
I mean, if I was going to be a dick, it's definitely going to be from behind you.
Fine. I guess we won't sword fight, asshole.
Anyways, so you are able to make your way over to Omega. So Omega is, again, a little bit different than how it was beforehand. Omega was always kind of a rough and rowdy location. It was always kind of like a crazy spot, if you will. But Omega right now is even more so than it ever was before. Without the firm grip rule of Arya, or the strong militant rule of the Cerberus to control Omega, it has caused the place to become even more of a den of festering thievery and vile nature than it always was before. Even just dropping out of the mass relay to arrive into the system and travel from the relay over to Omega Station itself is a dangerous trek. Pirates can and likely will assess your ship and contemplate whether or not it's worthwhile attacking you. The one good thing going for your crew right now is, I don't know if you've ever played Elite Dangerous or anything like that, but if they scanned your ship, they're not going to see shit of value on it. There's nothing valuable for them to attack you for. So it's very unlikely anybody wants to attack you. But while we're here, fuck it, Rena, let's talk about you, because you're pretty awesome. You happen to be a SSC person, which means you have the ability to scramble signals. It's not the best skill that you have, but you could attempt a DC-20 electronics check to make it so that people can't even easily detect your ship or even possibly get a solid read on you.
Am I still making that a disadvantage though, or have we?
All that's gone.
Yeah, all that's gone.
Yay! Okay.
I imagine I was missing like 5 health, Scott. I imagine I'm like full health while we're
Full
traveling,
health,
right?
yes sir, yes sir.
I figured that it was a while ago.
Oh no,
But
sorry.
Ooh,
How do I roll this again?
Oh, you literally just roll electronics. I'm going to test a macro I've been working on.
Electronics. That's right.
FTL jumps is going to be, you just did. It's a DC-20. Unfortunately, you can't even luck that.
Nope.
So it's going to be 3 FTL. Oops, sorry, this didn't go right. There's going to be 3 FTL jumps, and your ship class is 4. And that is, it didn't give me the correct math at the end. Okay, so I just got to get the math cleaned up to tell us how what the actual full travel time is. But I'm trying to get like the math automated for us moving forward for you guys doing your travel, make our lives easier. All right, let's continue. So it's a fun little gift too. It makes me think of an old JRPG like loading screen for a video game called Saga Frontier. But moving on. So where were we? So Rena, your character is not able to scramble the signal. Wade, it's now up to you to choose, or as a crew you can choose. But Wade, do you want to flat go straight to Omega as quickly as possible, or do you want to try to, because you might not get a proper landing right away, you might be put into a queue. Do you want to try to like work the rim, if you will? There's a huge asteroid field here. Maybe try to stay lost inside the asteroid field and wait until it's your moment to queue up before you go into the actual station.
I think we would probably just try to beeline it there.
Okay. In hopes that you you're able to just get like a landing right away. Cool. Roll me a handling check. Happy with your 13?
15?
Oh, sorry. Why did I say 13? I think I was staring at an old number for some reason. Was I staring at an engineering check? 15,
You might have
sorry.
been
At the DC. You might have been looking at the DC.
No, 13. I was looking at Pat's old thing. So 15, yep. So if you're happy with the 15, sure. You're able to easily beeline it there without necessarily grabbing anybody's attention. Again, you're small. There's no immediate cargo on you, so that's not a big deal. But now the problem is you're exposed, you're out in the open, you beelined here, which has grabbed attention. And now you have to try to actually get to land. So more or less comms queue up and they're more or less like, yep, we're looking to land. And like, yeah, we're full up. You're going to be more or less waiting XYZ amount of time. You can go ahead and roll me a diplomacy or an intimidate check to try to, or bribe, or whatever, to try to land a little bit quicker. It doesn't have to be Wade rolling.
Okay, that's good, because
By diplomacy, you mean persuasion?
Yes. Addition to blindness.
I got flat out zeros in those things, so I will not be the charisma one.
The Krogan intimidating might be a good idea. I don't know what your modifier is, Pat.
for what?
I would imagine
Intimidation.
the Krogan being
Intimidation's a
intimidating,
+4.
or
Okay.
the Asari being persuasive would be the options, probably, right?
I can try talking to him. I have +5 for persuasion, and 3 for deception if I do
My
have one.
persuasion's a 0, but I mean,
What did they say, Scott, or how was this? Has anything even been said yet?
Yeah, I can bring it to RP for you, sure. So they say to you, yeah, listen, this is like a Batarian voice. Yeah, listen, we're full up, so you're gonna have to get into line like everyone else. Here's your number. and then like sends you out a number. It doesn't tell you how long the wait is. It's not like what number you are in line. It's just like the serial number of when you have access to land. Like your access codes.
I think Frait would hop on comms and ask, what's the wait time look like?
It says, I don't know, a few hours, maybe a day.
We burned a lot of fuel on the way here. Is there anywhere we can resupply while we're waiting?
Actually, that's a really good question. I want to be able to answer that honestly for you. I think there is. Sorry. Give me 1 second to answer that honestly for you. Fuck, bro. Fuck, bro. Thank you. And what is the name of the system?
Swears a lot.
What's the name of the system? The
Omega, right?
The Shah. I can't pronounce it.
Bless you.
Huh?
There is a fuel depot. Yeah, there's a depot. Outer Rim.
At least it gives us something to do while we wait. Is there any pass we can get that would speed up our queue here?
A pass? What you mean?
Something we could spend some credits on?
Come to think of it, I can think of a few things to spend some credits on.
It does not answer the question. I'm sorry.
Graff will mute the comms for a second. Is this your attempt at bribing him?
Well, I've never had to do it before.
Oh, I really wasn't sure what you were attempting to do, so that's why I didn't say anything sooner.
It sounded like he said he had something to sell. He didn't really go into detail about it, so I'm not trying to
I
respond.
got curious.
Typically, if you're trying to bribe someone, you have to put money up first and then make your demands.
Don't go too high. Start low. If you start high, he's gonna really wax you. You got
Maybe we
this.
should just go.
He'll unmute.
You've got this.
The last one didn't even show up. Sorry.
Yeah, it's good. I'm still trying to figure out why it's broken. Go ahead.
Well, I guess if there's nothing more you can do for me, we'll just wait then. We'll spend our
He'll
money at
mute.
the depot.
Coward. Unmute.
Imagine I'm in the engine room, so I probably can't hear most of this, right?
Yeah, that's a fair guess on this one.
I'm missing all the fun here.
Hey, you did it.
Yeah.
You rolled. You rolled it.
That's what you want to do. That's the only way to add it together. Continue. I'm sorry.
Well, that was he backed off. The guy was being weird.
The guy was being weird.
The guy was being weird.
Okay. And he drops off. You can imagine Zenestthea and what's his name? Graff are both looking at him like, I guess we're gonna go
What
get
just
fuel.
happened?
Yeah. So as you guys turn your course, you plot the course to head over to the fuel depot instead. While you're heading over there, Rena, why don't you go ahead and roll me a perception check, please? Beautiful. So you be happy with a 16?
Yeah.
Okay. You notice that there is a ship that's seems to be tailing your movements. Truth be told, you're not 100% sure what that result. If they just also happen to be going to the depot as well.
You
The Home
also
Depot?
parked this way?
Yeah, exactly.
You also
or-
failed at being charismatic towards the weird guard? Oh.
You don't know if they just happen to be headed in the same direction, but they definitely are giving you vibes like they're tailing your ship. Just like the way that they're kind of like flying in the effective wake of your ship, the distance that they're holding, matching speed as you go. You're getting that impression like, this feels a little uncomfortable.
think we might be being followed.
All right. Are we kind of away from the station now where this is likely pirates, Scott? Or is this like we're still close by? This might be just like an inspector, or where are we?
No, there's no inspectors. If there's a ship that's actually following you, they're going to have interest that's most likely not happy.
This is Nar Shaddaa.
Yeah. Okay.
Graff, this ship isn't like well known in Omega, is it?
I don't fucking know. I've only had the thing for a little while. I hope not. Maybe
Doesn't
there's
have
a
any-
pass or something we can get to find out.
There isn't like any markings on it of organization or something that I'm not aware of.
Not that you guys are aware of. If so, nobody here is aware of it.
He would ask that to Graff, but yeah.
Not that I know of, but why don't you try to get some information on the other ship, and then maybe I'll pull a maneuver and see if they follow.
Can I do that with SSC?
Oh, what are you trying to find out?
Just scan the ship and figure out
Scan the ship.
what it,
Oh,
What
yeah,
was-
yeah. So scanning is, it's actually in the other ship. If you go to the ship combat tab and roll 20, and you go to other ship actions, the scanning rules are right there. I believe it's investigation, but it could be wrong, Rena.
Intelligence investigation.
That sounds like it.
you know,
I
DC
have a
15.
+4 in that, but I don't know if that's SSC only or if I can do that with my
Looks like anyone can do this.
Starship Systems E thing.
If you've
Correct.
got
Anybody
a
can do it,
+4,
but
you
if-
should do it.
But if multiple people are proficient in the investigation, one can give advantage to the other. So does Pat or Rena have proficiency in investigation?
I do not.
I do not.
I do,
Alright.
but I'm piloting, so I don't think I can do much about it.
Okay, so that's going to be you on
Alright.
your own, Messy.
You guys haven't even filled me in on what's happening.
As he's scanning, I was going to radio over to you.
Okay.
Why don't you radio while I scan?
Strix, buckle up. We might have a pirate on our tail. About to find out.
Good. It's finally getting interesting. This has been boring as fuck.
That's a really good investigation, Messy. So do you also, you're not SSC, so you don't have like the extra shit for having that, correct? That's
I
just
have
Rena?
ESC, but I don't remember what that. I think that's just for like the actual programming of ships, so I don't think that's helpful.
I can bring up
Yeah, the
tools and see.
EWS. Yeah.
Oh, EWS. I'm sorry, that's what I meant. It's cut off
yeah.
right at the E, so I couldn't see it.
You're good. So Messy, then what you're going to be able to do with that check is you are successful. This is when I have to answer one honest question for you about the ship. So before you even ask that question, Wade, why don't you go ahead and do a fancy maneuver? Go ahead and do your piloting check. Let's say you're doing like a dog fighting or whatever it
Yeah, I
is.
was going to
Just a
say, how
fancy
far
maneuver.
are they?
Oh, actually,
Oh.
you know what? You're literally in an asteroid field. So because you're in space, Wade, distance doesn't really matter so much. Distance is kind of a relative thing. So it's not like they're one knot behind you. They're like fucking, thousands of kilometers behind you. But again, distance doesn't matter so much because they can accelerate quickly to catch up to you. But you're in an asteroid field, and there's literally rules about navigating an asteroid field, and I think you have all the proficiencies for handling it.
I should, but I don't know where those rules are. I'm not
Vehicle
not gonna look
handling, DC
Looking at
varies.
Starship Actions on the website. It's also there.
It's up around. So it's on the Starship Helm, I think, is where it says here. Do you have Starship Helm yet or no?
up. I do.
Okay, cool. So it's navigate asteroid field, chasm, tunnel, similar danger, so on and so forth. Its DC varies, but it's up there around like the 20 mark. So you can imagine it's a higher DC.
Okay.
You are welcome to go ahead and make your piloting check and just try to more or less hug the field.
So Scott, going back to that scan, I looked it up on the website, and apparently that is SSC only, so I would not have been able to do that.
That's different from the scan that's in this book here.
Is it? It says make
The scan in this book
15
here-
investigation check. On a
The
success
scan in
against
this
one
book here
question.
is the same exact thing.
It just
It's
doesn't lock to that. Okay.
and if you open up
Interesting.
the book and you look to the other actions, that's what you're able to do.
Weird. It's even the same DC. Okay, I guess this one was maybe influenced by that.
Well.
Okay.
All right, so I'm
right,
going
continue.
to roll my vehicle handling. Hold on, everybody. Could get bumpy.
91, 91, 91, 91, 91. Ah. Chat, you should have level 5 hype trains allow you to auto natty one of their rolls. What do you think? Think that should be a thing? You're
I think
level
we
5
should
high
only work
train.
on the DM.
I'm sorry, but wait. Can you
Only
say
Natty
something a
won
little?
the DM.
Okay, you have to speak more clearly. I don't understand you.
Fuck you, Scott. Here, I'll say it in sign language.
God damn it!
You
I
know
do
sign
understand
language?
ASL. Yeah. Oh. All right. ASL ass sucking lips, right? Yeah, it's me.
Not the ass sucking.
Yeah, you are very, very easily able to. So asteroid field is not actually the hardest thing to navigate through. Let's be legit. The way you always see them in movies and whatnot makes no sense. Most asteroids are like ridiculous distances apart from one another. It's just like the smaller objects you might have to worry about, like the micro objects, but they would ping off your ships in ways that wouldn't matter because you literally have shields or whatever. But what you're doing is you're intentionally hugging between the larger ones, going past them, trying to stick to collision sites. You are intentionally going out of your way to navigate your way through like a dangerous area, bringing yourself to the more dangerous parts of the field to see if they follow you. Now, as he's doing this, and before I tell you what they're doing, Messy, what is the question you would like to ask me?
I would like to know if this ship belongs to an organization.
If it belongs to an organization, that's a really good question. Ooh, fuck you. I hate you for this question because I kind of have to answer it because of recent scans you guys got. Yeah, I do. You can tell that there are similar. So when you get like a reading off of it, you get similar signatures that you got off of the derelict ship that you found when you back in the Phoenix Massing, when you were saving the Solarian and Prothean artifacts.
The derelict ship was a Batarian pirate ship that was involved with trying to reclaim the artifact.
Yeah, there was also some RP that was involved with that guy, if you don't recall.
I don't.
With what guy?
Well, Messy, if you personally can't remember details, you're welcome to make a check to remember everything perfectly. It's a part of your character.
Yes, it's a DC 14 wisdom check. And on a failure, I can still recall it, just not with all my senses. So I'll remember what that conversation smelled like, I guess. Just flat wisdom.
What the fuck?
Right. That's what it says.
You just remember that Graff had
All
like
right.
a
What it
lot of
smelled
garlic. It's like Graff had so much garlic before talking, and that's the only thing hitting you. No,
Hopefully you
so
remember what you heard. That'd be good.
Yeah, so you don't remember reading the reports yourself, but you do remember hearing Graff talk about what it was that he discovered when he actually went on to the other ship and found out information and came back and talked about it. Because remember, that's what they did beforehand. So you remember like some details about the ship.
The worm?
Well, the ship itself specifically, that he came back and told you about. And then the person that was actually leading the conversation against the Batarian, I think, was Rena. So again, you kind of like remember the recalling some of the details that were discussed afterwards, not necessarily the conversation of the Batarian straight on. So you remember like hearing inter-party chatter, little snippets here and there, reminding you that he was saying something about a person known as the fuck. What did I say their name?
Oh, the fuck.
Yeah, that fuck
I
guy.
love
Yeah, why
when
don't
it
you
comes
roll a
back to the
DC
fuck.
14 wisdom check and see if you can remember their name?
Me?
I don't
Scott.
need to.
Oh, good.
I got it right here. Despot. By hey, Strix remembers.
Despot. I remember that name.
Yeah. I'm
Pronounced
an room, I
depot.
recall.
Oh no, are you still here, Treadmill? Because I'm thinking like, what is it? Pepperidge Farm remembers, but except it's Karruk Strix remembers.
Oh, God. Rick's Ridge Farms remembers.
Like just like Pepperidge Farms, but it is the Karruk. Anyways, so Messy, you remember that them talking about somebody called a despot, and the despot was making opportunities. And that's kind of like the details that you're able to immediately recall. So when you see the ship is following you, you know that had something to do with the Batarian crew, somebody called a despot who was making opportunities for them. Because when shit went sideways for the Batarians, the despot came along and provided opportunities. That's what you know.
Okay. To the team, he'll say the things he'll say, this ship has readings of it being another Batarian pirate ship, but one related to the attack we witnessed prior could be related to the Despot. If they recognize the ship, that might be why they're after us, but it's not like we're carrying anything.
We're carrying knowledge where we took the shit they were trying to steal. Alright, let me know if they are able to tail us. If so, I'll try to pull us around. Be ready on guns, just in case.
You want me to try to shut something down?
Yeah, their ship. That'd be great.
I could try.
Ship systems, Scott. I don't know ship systems in this. Weapons, engines. What else is
What
there
about
that be in? Well, you said you can shut something down. Can you target specific systems?
Yep.
Yes.
That's exactly what you can do. Is target
So
specific
that's
systems.
my whole.
Yeah, so what are the options there for what systems you can target?
Do you have the dark matter book with you?
I do.
I do.
Then your basic systems are going to be, I'm going to give you the page of the basic systems if you just give me a moment. And then there's like enhanced systems after that, but you don't want to assume they have those. So basic systems are 162. Starts with arcane cannon, though obviously that's not what it is, and ends with umbilicus. So things like life support, probes, sensors. Sensors is a big one because it means they literally can't track you anymore. Communications, they can't talk to others, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Those are some relatively basic sensor systems. And then there's, if you keep going, there's a page that says ship upgrades, and those are like additional systems you can have.
So I can't go after their navigations? Or is it called
You would go
something
after
else?
their
I just don't see
you
it.
go after their sensors, and then they wouldn't even be able to detect you anymore.
Their sensors? Okay.
They'd have to stop to try to detect you. But in the meanwhile, while you're planning on doing this, Wade rolled me a 22. I now have to roll. Oop, wrong page.
See shuttle
Over here.
also, is that it? No, those are small ships.
/R 1D. Oop, is that wrong? 1D 20 plus.
Simulator.
Yeah, so also it's important to note that Wade tried to lose them in the asteroid field and abso-fucking-lutely lost them in the asteroid field. So you might not even have to do this, Messy.
Okay. That's fine. I'd be prepared to if they came back on our radar.
Sounds good to me.
Bringing it back to RP again while we're going through the asteroid field. Now we got to figure out who, how, why they're tracking. Obviously, we probably for information or to get their shit back that they were trying to steal. But we blew up their ships, and the only two living people that should know anything, we turned into the Asari.
I guess it's possible that while we were attacking one ship, they relayed out of the other. But it wouldn't have gone far, I assume. That must have been someone in the system. $69.
What was that last part?
Hmm?
I thought you said something.
I was just reading something.
Were we able to outmaneuver them and they're still following us? Is that what's happening?
We presumably have lost them for now.
Oh, for now. Okay. Then she'll say, best to stay out of sight then for now. Don't really want to get caught up in that confrontation if we don't have to.
We're about to land and fuel up.
Again, this whole conversation is taking place while I'm not even around, right? Because I'm just still in the engine room.
I imagine we have
we're
you
all
on
in different-
communications
It's
for
your
this.
comms.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
all
so
in
he
different areas,
opened up comms for this part, yeah. The ship's
Yeah,
also
this-
not big, so if people raise their voices, you can hear each other. Though the engine room's probably the loudest as he's hitting these hard maneuvers.
Yeah, I was like,
He's just
I'm-
sitting there like, oh
yeah,
shit.
I don't know how
Yeah,
much
so
of it
you've
I'll
heard-
be able to hear.
Ever since I communicated with you, I've probably left things open to where you hear each
open
other pretty
channel.
well. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess let's go get the fuel. Hopefully they're still searching the asteroids for us. But when we head back to Omega, if they couldn't find us with one, they might have buddies and come after us with more than one. So let's just keep our eyes on the sky.
Yeah, agreed.
We're gonna go back and try to get fuel again, Scott.
Okay, sounds great. So you definitely lost them in there, but Messy's going to be primed up, ready to take out their sensors if need be. So if you're kind of detecting them approaching approaching the station. So Rena, you're probably going to sit there and continue investigating on the SSC. Then Messy's going to get ready to go. Pat, I imagine you're going to take care of trying to get things fueled up as efficiently and quickly as possible. So why don't we make this run?
Is what I was going to say.
But why don't we make this run like a well-greased engine? Rena, you go ahead and make a perception check. While Pat, you go ahead and make an engineering check. In the meanwhile, who is handling the actual purchasing of the fuel? Is it going to be Pat? Makes sense. It would be.
Or I've got nothing
Probably.
to do at the moment, but Pat
So
could,
the
yeah.
captain can,
Pat
but
or
I
the
can
pilot,
as well.
yeah.
There's no captain, but there is a pilot. So,
Who's the
Messy,
captain?
Messy, you're sitting there waiting on the EWS. So, do you want to go? Wade?
That or I can stay at the helm ready to go in case something happens. We can
Yeah, I
have
would say
Strix go in.
stay at the helm. I can go in and just pay for it.
So
Before
more
you
or
go,
less-
if we do send you in, being as you're not
Boost
very
the
well
shields.
traveled, I think we would Strix, before you go in there, I have no idea what exactly. Well, no one really knows what the hell's going on exactly in Omega anymore, but if they try to stiff arm you, just don't forget you're you. But don't go too hard. You know what I'm saying?
Not a clue. And I'll just like go and I'll start running out.
Then I could clarify. Shit.
He's an engineer. He knows what fuel costs, right?
That's a great question. Not a clue. That was me mocking him.
So the average cost of fuel, and this is one of the reasons why it's so nice you've been getting it for free, is it costs 1,000 credits per jump. It is not cheap, which is why not just anybody can have a ship. So with 1,000 credits per jump, you've already spent 3. You're spending 3,000 credits right now normally to buy this. Unfortunately, they're not charging you 3,000 credits, are they? You go in and you're like, we're just going to fill it up. And then check out your tank. Like, not a problem, 4,500 credits. And this is where, Pat, you can choose either a persuasion or a intimisuasion.
I would just intimidate.
Go right ahead, sir.
What? Give me the line one more time.
Yep, let's see. We can fill you up. It's just going to be 4,500 credits.
And remind me one more time. Sorry, I was looking something up. How much?
Three-
This
3,000.
is
So they're
obviously
charging
high.
3,000.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
charging 50% over.
3,500. No, not a cent over. I would get intimidatingly close.
You still offered them more than the fuel's worth.
Not by much though.
That's
Yeah,
our no,
so-
that makes sense.
so-
That's our Krogan.
He looks down and he goes, oh, yeah, I carried
Just lean in.
yeah,
3,500.
3,500. That's what I meant. Sorry about that. And charges the
And you're
credits.
gonna do it fast, right?
Yeah, you're next in line. You're queued up.
Next in line. He's gonna look out there. I see no one working on it. Do you? He's gonna grab the guy's head.
He's like, no. Seriously, as soon as look, there's a spot opening up right now.
Good. Great. I'll just pound the credits on the table.
Walk back through the
I mean,
airlock.
It's an electronic transfer, but yeah.
No, we can have physical credits too. Strix wants to pound things.
Your mom.
Let's see how
You
good that
kill her.
performance is.
She would die.
She's limping.
Moving on. So you're going up and with your perception, Rena, trying to see if there's anybody approaching. Give me half a tick to.
I That's your bomb.
Jesus.
He's into kinky shit.
I need
Ah!
an adult.
So you guys are fueling up and whatnot. Rena's trying to keep an eye out for this vessel on its way in, but unfortunately is not able to detect its approach. It's literally after you guys are done fueling up there, and you're looking to head out. It's like, okay, we get the fuel online. Hopefully they're going to be calling our number soon. Let's get heading back over towards the Omega station, and you're starting to fly forward. That almost immediately afterwards, Rena's like, fuck, we got to tail again. As the ship starts immediately going to go, it's like an intercept position. This is as you guys are leaving the fuel station. They obviously aren't dumb enough to attack you at the fuel station. Messy, Rena notices this. Feel free to RP it if you'd like Rena the information, and then Messy, how you respond.
I don't know. I don't see them. I just don't.
You
I'm
do eventually.
looking for
Like
them, but I
you don't detect them early, but like they're there, and you're like, oh shit, there they are.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I mean, I imagine she'd just get onto comms like immediately, like as soon as she sees them and says, "I saw them too late, but they're back."
Oh shit. Buckle up, everyone. Here we go. Freight.
Freight?
Checking the rules.
Here's the book.
Are you alive?
Checking the
Freight, are
rules.
you alive?
Okay,
Oh no,
the
Freight
book.
said they got Freight! They got Freight!
I'm checking the rules. I just wanted to see if there was any other things I could do in this book, because I have not looked at the rules in this book. We can board. Oh.
Yeah, boarding's a badass thing. You just do not want Wade to leave the ship if you're boarding, I don't think. I think you want to leave the pilot on there unless you're like confident that they're not going to try to break away and ruin your ship.
And we can do blind jumps, it's just a bad idea.
You can do blind jumps.
Yeah.
It takes a
we
minute
can.
though.
I can kickstart us into hell, can I? With my super cool, amazing big red button I'm not supposed to press?
Oh, you have that button? I was wondering about that button.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so in the book, they don't have anything for, like, system hacking in the combat section, so I just wanted to see, but no. Okay. Alright, I guess I'll go after their sensors, since that made the most sense before.
Sure.
That would just be an electronics check, I assume.
I believe so, yes, sir.
I'm pulling up the doc again. Okay, it's not in other ship combat. It's not in a ship roll. The only place I've been able to see it is on the N7 site. Just
If you're talking about it's the tool proficiencies thing that I always share with you guys. Here, it's once again in Twitch chat. You might want to have that tabbed or saved or bookmarked or somewhere for you. It's also pinned inside of our.
Okay.
It's pinned inside of our Discord thing as well.
Thank you. Yes, I'm saving
You're
it
welcome.
right now in my Mass Effect folder. Okay, great. This is what I
There
was
you go.
looking for. I thought it was
No,
a doc.
You're good.
you know?
It's hard to
see,
navigate and keep track of these things because it's a lot of it's homebrew, right?
I don't see a DC for shutting down a system. Does it vary, or is there a set DC?
It's under Starship System CWS on the first page at the bottom. It says unique activity.
Yep.
Oh, I see what you're saying. There isn't one for there's one for hacking the logs, but not for.
Yeah.
Oh, so what that is it's based off of good call, everybody. Good job, everybody. Let me give you the easiest description of this. No, where are we? Is it here? One moment.
Like, I do see it in N7, but the rules are different from what you're saying.
So to disable a ship in N7 is
Because it's 18 for the navigation there, but there isn't one for like the scanning systems on that site.
because you're looking at it
Or I
under
guess-
appendix
well,
and tool
SSC.
proficiencies, yes?
The player's manual.
Under tool proficiencies for EWS, even on N7, I don't see a DC set for.
I see it in player's manual. SSC is a DC of 10, and the navigation's a DC of 18.
So you're just saying player's manual? Are you under rules? Like, so on the far left-hand side, if you have that slide out, rules,
I searched
vehicles?
EWS, and it showed up as under player manual Starship Combat.
So Starship Combat, there you go. So I see EWS Sabotage, and Sabotage has this chart right
Yes.
here.
That's what I'm
And
looking at, yeah.
Gotcha. And we're about the gotcha. Okay. I know why.
So that one actually does have a navigation, but that says it cannot flee. I don't know if that's different.
So
Like,
it's
you
because it
flee
works.
navigation down there, but yeah.
Yeah. So it would be under their sensors is going to be the same thing as say like their helm. Oh, sorry. It's the same thing as their SSC. So you're going to
Okay, so
literally
it's the
make it so
easiest
they
one.
can't.
Okay.
It's the easiest one out of all of them. Yes.
Okay, great. Good. All right. Electronics check. Gotcha. Watch me roll in that one. It did not matter at all.
I will make that an easier spot for you to find in the future in Roll20 to make your life easier messy. Okay. Are you
Thank
fucking
for
kidding me?
12.
Oh, at least you're lucked I got it. It's the easiest one, and he rolled so shitty. He was like, is he going to get another moment? God damn it. But luckily, luck saved you. Thank you, chat. All right, Messy. So this is what happens. Rena says, I'm sorry I didn't notice them till late, but they're hot on our tail now. They're here now. And you're like, yep, on it. And you go over and you hack into their system, and you shut down their sensors. So what do you say is you shut down their sensors?
Well, they won't be able to scan us now. So, we should burn fuel.
Burn fuel or take them out. I don't know
Really
how
bad
they're
idea
tracking
to
us
it.
to begin with.
Not a bad idea to attack the pirates on Omega.
Can you hack into any of their logs or anything? Try to find any information from their ship to figure out how they're finding us?
Let me see.
Can you find them? Maybe.
There is a on the homebrew hack another ship's logs. It just says varies as far as DC goes. So I think that's up to Scott.
Yeah, so that's on the other ship combat action. That's the scan that I did earlier that let us get one question answered. So I can scan them again and then ask how they're tracking us. So that would work. We could do it that way.
That's scan. Okay, it's I've seen a hack another ship's logs. Electronics varies.
On Roll20, there's a doc called the other ship combat action.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one we're using for actual combat. And one of the other ship actions is a scan action.
So
That's what I
you
did
wouldn't
before.
want to. So we're probably going to want Pat to stay inside engineering and focusing on that one because that allows him to give a huge boost to the speed. So if you guys are just going to fucking hightail it while they can't see you, Wade can do that. Probably leave Wade flying so he could do that. You've just hacked their system. If you want, Rena can attempt to check their logs. She's just not the best at it, as we know.
Well, I mean,
I would
if
be
she fails,
staying
nothing
anyway.
happens. So
Do you want me to roll?
Yeah, sure. If
Yeah.
you want to try it, it's electronics.
investigation. It's
Wait,
investigation.
investigation.
Yeah. Investigation. DC 15.
Nope.
Nope.
Okay, so unfortunately, she's not able to hack their logs to find out why. But Wade and Pat, you two together, are we gonna fucking punch it to get out of here because they can't scan you anyways, and then hopefully you can lose them and stay inside the asteroid field until it's time to dock at Omega?
Yeah, I think so because we need to figure out a plan before we just. Yeah, we need to. Yeah, I think that's the plan.
Well, if
Okay,
we get back
sounds great.
close enough to Omega space, it might be like around the actual star system might be a good idea because there's so many ships coming and going that they probably wouldn't attack us there. They would see us, but they wouldn't be able to do anything. You know, they'd have to wait again. Kind of like on the fuel depot. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Does make sense.
our travel time keeps getting up.
It's because I finally fixed the math on it. That's the first time it actually worked. All right. So, anyways, I'll worry about that later. Though now that I got it fixed, right? So yeah, you guys got to do that. Pat, you punch the speeds. Even if diverting power, because who cares? You don't have to like use any spells. You can just divert the power, punch the speeds. Wade, you can.
And say it really just comes down to Wade's roll, right?
Wade doesn't even have to roll. He can just fucking
cool.
fly super fast and get out of there. If he wants to be obnoxious, he's welcome to use his like fighter ability to double action and fly even faster out of there and just get you guys more or less out of them before they even have a chance of fixing their sensors. Bring yourselves back into the asteroid field and then just wait time out, which I'm fine with that. Sound good?
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you, Rena, for detecting them, and thank you, Messi, for taking out their sensors. You guys get the fuck out of Dodge. Eventually, several hours later, of literally just kind of listing around in space, just bored out of your fucking tree, because you've already spent 48 hours flying around in space with very little to nothing to do for everybody that's here. I mean, it might be peaceful for Rena, having like a little bit of like silence. It might be peaceful for Messi. Once again, silence for his meditation. And Strix, I almost imagine, is just like blaring music from like, I don't know, Earth on, 1987, while cleaning the engine room.
Madonna, way before Nirvana.
Okay.
1985.
I knew it was bowling
like
for
the,
soup. I didn't know
yeah.
why it was bowling for soup. I knew it was.
The 1987.
Oh, okay. The bite of
I mean,
the flight of 87.
Yes.
Strix does
587.
fix broken things and make them work, so he probably does have a legitimate boombox. You know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah. So anyways,
start
several hours later, eventually you are able to land on the Omega station. So let's not waste any more time on this one. So the Omega station where you're able to land on, Omega has a bunch of different districts, platforms, so on and so forth. But usually, when it's full up like this, where it's hard to get a space, you don't really care about where it is you're going to be landing. You're just happy to have a authorization to go land inside a particular dock. And now here's the fun part: when you guys go to land inside your spot, as you're going in there, somebody else tries to take your spot, utilizing like their own code to take the spot that you do. And while this is aggravating, and I'm sure there's words said amongst the characters in the ship, you actually notice that the Citadel itself, sorry, not the Citadel, Omega itself takes care of the situation. They open fire on the vessel that is trying to take your spot because they are more or less making things run more difficultly, which probably just means that they didn't properly bribe somebody and then tried to take a spot after having failed. So at least Messi didn't do this poorly. Anyways, you guys make your way into the position with a little bit of debris that you have to land over from the chunks get blown off of the ship before finally you dock up in this area. Eventually, the doors, the airlock kind of locks up. The doors open up, and just as you've heard me describe before, the air here is fucking disgusting. The air here is fucking disgusting. And by fucking disgusting, I mean Strix smells like home. I mean, truth be told, it smells like there is a Vorsha orgy happening inside of every air vent. That is and they're using all available.
That's how you know it's spicy.
A Vorgy.
Yeah, it's
Those
No,
like
Horrible
rape
combination of
Wuhan.
words.
Oh god. So anyways,
Treadmill. We
no. Oh god, for the love of all that's good and holy. No. What is it? 2 Vorsha, 1. Sorry. Anyways,
I've cuddled species Turian, Asari, and Pateri.
2 Vorsha, 1 rations.
the conversation that Morden has with you, if you are femshep and you're romancing what the hell's his name? Garrus. Like, I suggest lots of lubricant for the chafing. It's like, oh, it's so funny. Anyways, back to the game. It's fucking disgusting inside here. And it's also important to note that even just the area around, like the ground itself, has litter on it. Not like, oh, you mean there's like a wrapper? It's like, no, it's not like you can't walk through it. It's not like you're stepping over constant shit. But it feels like you're walking down the streets in New York City. Like, it's fucking vile. Why would anybody ever live in this shithole, right? So it is, the whole place just smells bad. There's trash everywhere. It's very, very crowded to the points where sometimes you can walk freely for a minute or two. And then there are other points in time where you're spending, 25, 30 minutes pushing through crowds, trying to get to from where you are to where you want to go. And if you want a little bit of peace and quiet, like, oh, you know what? I'm just going to take a fucking sky cab or sky car to get from A to B. Not a problem. It costs you 400 credits just to get into a sky cab to bring you from one location to the next, so you don't have to walk through. Tell you wrong, it could save you like an hour and a half of travel time, so you're not walking through crowds of dangerous people. But at the same time, who wants to spend 400 fucking credits on a one-way trip? That's absolute lunacy. But there are people here that are willing to pay it and willing to, kind of go through this process. It's also important to note that while these prices seem exorbitant, while these prices are obnoxious, Omega is actually the center of galactic commercial stability right now. This is where things are running, air quotes, smoothly. Sure, there's gouging in this pricing, but welcome to America, right? This is where things are less volatile. So, what was it that's on Omega you guys were looking for?
The only thing we know about was the Athena had told us about a ship upgrade place.
Right.
Sure. Oh, that's
And then I
right.
wanted
She'd
to buy
give you
something.
a contact, and so that contact you would literally have like when you landed, as you're kind of like making your way through. I imagine it'd be like one of those and kind of like send them a ping, saying that you're looking to talk. And I'll start the RP with you in a minute. Messy, you were saying?
I wanted to find a weapon here, specific one.
Sure. What was the specific weapon you hoping to find?
I think it was the M-11. If I'm
Widowmaker.
remembering right. No, the M11. Yes, that's
No.
it.
Widowmaker, like that special sniper you want him to get?
It's like the best gun
It's
in
like
the game.
it's like 100,000 credits. I'm not buying that.
The Black Widow is. You said the M-11?
Yeah, the M-11.
Suppressor. Gotcha. Oh wait, Wrath
yeah,
or Suppressor?
There's two.
Mm-hmm.
Is there only one I can afford?
I assume the Suppressor is a pistol. The Wrath is a shotgun.
Yes, the suppressor. Yeah, the pistol
Cool.
one. Yes, that one.
How rare is a Krogan Warhammer?
Relatively rare. I mean, you could probably
How
find one.
expensive? How expensive
They're
is that?
They're not
super
cheap.
crazy. They're technically uncommon, I think, by N7 rules.
Oh, really?
I think I thought it was uncommon. I didn't think it was like a rare commodity. From where we're at, it's
$37,000.
probably rare.
Credits.
How much is it?
37,000.
credits.
So
They are
Messy.
rare.
They are rare?
In
Okay.
M11, I will tell you that if something is uncommon, it is almost definitely available here on Omega. If something is rare, you have to make a skill check to try to find it. If it is above rare, you cannot find it, right? So with it being uncommon, you can definitely find it, Messy. You can definitely find the M11 suppressor. Why don't we go ahead and have you roll your diplomacy check for trying to barter with this person?
Okay, I also want to sell the M3 Predator I was gifted, since I don't need it anymore, and I can give whoever gave it to me the credits for it. But so, I don't know
unless
if I need to do
unless
those
they
as
want
separate
it.
trades.
Somebody in the party might want to have the backup pistol. It's good to have more than one gun.
I don't think they're light. Are they light?
Yeah.
Maybe it is.
Not only are they light, but everybody has 4 hard points on their body. On their
I thought
armor.
have
everybody already
more.
had a pistol. Does everybody have a pistol already? Oh, it is light.
I have one that Pat gave me, and
Yeah,
I
I
gave you
don't-
mine.
You're
Then I
selling
switched
away.
them, so you now have Pat's pistol, and I have my own back.
Oh, but it didn't matter. Okay. And the
The
Krogan
same.
doesn't use pistol, right? Doesn't use pistols. Okay.
Pretty sure Rena can use pistols.
I wanted to search for the
Do you already
Krogan
have a pistol?
Warhammer while I was here.
I have one, yeah.
I'll get you in a second, Strix.
Is the
So
SMG
Rena, what do you
one
have for a
used
gun right
though?
now? Just the SMG?
I have the SMG. I thought I had a pistol too. I guess maybe I don't.
Yeah, I don't think you do. So Rena can actually
Oh, okay.
use that
so I'll
pistol.
hold on to it then. Okay.
Cool.
All right. So I'll just buy the M11. All right.
Okay.
And that's persuasion, you said?
Yes, sir, or persuasion, yes, sir.
Come on.
Did you? Well,
Eight.
you failed. You can ask somebody in chat to roll for you, sexy buddy boyo.
Roll what?
Sure. To see how much it costs, I assume. Storm Pineapple, you're here. Oh, sorry. I just saw your message right after I said Storm Pineapple, you're here. So I'm gonna let Storm do it. What, D100?
D100. It's a negative 20, just so you know, Storm, but it's a D100. And Storm Pineapple rolled you a 45. A
60.
45 is the
Oh.
shopkeeper is unmoved. They aren't going to give you a discount, but they aren't shutting their doors either, which means you're going to be paying whatever price that they quoted to you. And the price they're quoting to you is sitting at, give me 1 second to do maths here. So it's at usually 13,500. So, 13,500 times 1.15. They're quoting to you for 15,525.
Okay, I don't have that much money, so I'll have to leave.
Okay. Like, that's the price. Don't look to buy weapons if you can't afford them, kid.
I can afford them on other planets.
Then get the fuck on other planets.
Thanks for your time, dick.
Fucking sob
welcome.
stories. Everybody coming in here.
Everybody crying about not having a gun. It sucks. My job's hard.
Strix, you're
Okay.
gonna go ahead and look for the Krogan Warhammer.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a rare item. So it's a little bit harder to get your hands on. It's also expensive as fuck. I don't know if you can afford it. So, can you even afford anywhere near 37,000 credits?
How much did we get paid recently?
25,000
6,250.
to 6,250 each.
How much is it? 70?
It is
30
37,000.
37,000.
No, I
days.
don't have. No, I'm not gonna waste it then.
All right. Anybody else doing shopping that's outside of the ship?
Actually, you know what? Fuck it. There's no negative to trying this out, right?
No.
I mean, there can be if
Other
you
than
roll
might
really,
lose a
really
luck
low.
die.
I have lucky, Scott.
Fair.
It's true.
Like,
Yeah, you do.
I could just get yelled at like Bessie did.
Wanna tell
Can I
chat the
intimidate
compromise we
people to
made?
just tell me where I can find one.
Yes, you can use intimidate instead of diplomacy, but do you want to tell chat why the compromise we made for Lucky?
Yeah, so chat, I took the lucky feat, but Scott said that it's kind of a little overpowered for
Which is
this version of the game. So I'm going to be using my 3 lucky dice once per session instead of once per long rest. So it is in the N7 world, like Doc, as well as like Roll20 and all that fun stuff of just how we're playing the game. So, meh.
Yep. It's just the playstyle I have, we don't do like a fuck ton of combats and whatnot per
Yeah.
in-game day. So he would
A lot of it
effectively
is
have
RP.
infinite dice. So just per session works better. And Wade asked the question, just so I can be held accountable from everybody. Wade asked the question, what if we start a combat at the end of a session and he uses his lucky dice and then we start the next session, we're still in the same combat? I said, it's per session. So if he used them all in the combat at the end of session A, he has them reset in the same combat at the beginning of session B, and he can use them still. That's like, I already took away, it's not per long rests per session. So let's hold true to that, right? So just so everybody knows. All right, cool. Back to you, Bess. Pat, to find a hammer, it's an investigation check.
What's DC? I'm just curious. Maybe? Okay.
That's a really good roll. Are you happy with
I'm
it?
just gonna do that just to make it sure.
Yeah, you find where there's a warhammer being sold. And I will actually say with a success like that, not only do you find where there's warhammer being sold, you can actually find where there's warhammer available amongst Krogan. So this isn't like some like Batarian or some shithead.
Do I know the clan? Is it a well-known clan or is it like lesser clan?
Yeah, don't bring Wade with you. It's Blood Pack.
Oh wait, I don't like Blood Pack, right?
I mean, nobody likes Blood Pack, but yeah.
I say I grew up with them on the beginning planet or whatever, right? They're like the main dogs. Okay. Guess I'm not gonna really be able to intimidate other Krogan, right?
I mean,
is
you potentially
intimidation
can.
towards among other Krogan just like how big
It's
are your
diplomacy
balls
to
kind of a
anybody
thing?
else. Yeah, it's literally like being a. It's like in Boston. If you're not an asshole to somebody that you
Yeah,
love,
so it's like
do
a
you
New
even love
Yorker to
them?
New Yorker. Everyone's just an asshole. So you're just like, "Oh, okay, whatever.
New Yorkers, come on, forget about it.
Okay, cool. So I'm just rolling intimidation for bartering.
Yep,
Cool.
it's a good check. You happy with it?
No. Lucky means
you-
I have to take the other one, right? Or do I get
Actually, I think
whatever.
Lucky lets you choose between the two.
Okay. I could blip it.
I'm gonna yeah, go ahead, blip it if you can. Cool, thank you. Whenever you make a attack roll, ability check, saving throw, you can spend a luck die, roll additional, and you can choose to spend a luck die after you roll the die, but before the outcome is determined. You choose which d20 is used.
I want to
So,
choose.
yep.
Okay. So I can roll
Yep, you
in
get to
a
choose
second
after.
one. Okay.
Yep.
I will.
It also
I did
turns things like
add lucky
disadvantage
dice
into super
on my,
advantage.
like, I wait, what? Oh, okay. Advantage to super advantage. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll be taking that first one. Can I luck the first one, the 15?
Of course.
Oh, okay, an 18.
18. So more or less, taking the narrative from you for a moment, just so you understand Krogan a little bit more. More or less, you
I was
walk
gonna
up
say,
to.
I don't know how to do this, so I was gonna let you do it
Yeah.
anyway.
I gotcha. You walk up to the Krogan, and you're like, more or less like, I want that hammer. And they're like, "Pfft, a Krogan who can't even get his own hammer from his own clan. What kind of meek little whelp are you? And you just kind of like walk up to him, look him in the eye, and then you just smash him in the forehead with your forehead. And you can feel like, the old brittle and probably malnourished comparatively, shell on his forehead compared to yours crack and fissure in a few different areas from how heavily you hit him. He kind of like rubs himself on the head and then asks Pats to ask somebody in chats to roll a D100 for you as a plus 20 to the roll.
Forensically, help me out, yo.
Roll high, forensic. Oh, well, an 18 plus 20 is a 38. The shopkeeper is unmoved. They aren't going to give you a discount, but they're not shutting their doors either. Oh, what a waste of such a good roll. Oh, it's too bad. Honestly,
Oops.
I mean, Jay sucks too, but we already knew that. So, fucking, look at Uzu. Look at Uzu rolled. Oh, man. Uzu would have made it so you could have afforded it. Either way, so he's willing to offer you at the price, and because it's Krogan to Krogan, I'm saying market value, 37,000 on the nose, Pat. I don't think you can afford that.
I'm at 17, 16,500 specifically.
You probably could have afforded it if you got the Uzu's roll, but unfortunately.
Yeah. How long are we here for?
However long.
Little as possible. We do not want to stay around here, especially since we're being hunted by Batarians in a Batarian-controlled system.
Yeah, if you're not that's what we're looking for here, actively getting upgrades to your ship, then you're probably going to be leaving within hours.
Okay. Well, thanks for nothing forensically.
Okay, so let's go back to upgrade to the ship. Wade, eventually that person pings you back, or Wade, Rena, whoever it is. You guys decide amongst yourselves who it is that gets the ping. So eventually the person pings back and says, I hear Athena sent you. You're looking to get some supplies. Can you meet?
Would it be me talking, or Rena, would it be Zenestthea talking?
I guess we can go together since we're trying to get upgrades for the ship.
Because it's a contact from your people, so I feel like I might defer to you.
Yeah, that's fine. Yes. Athena told us this is the place to go if we were looking for upgrades. And our ship is definitely in need of a few.
Well, what you looking for? ESO core upgrade? I got some that are well, we can make it pass inspection. What did you need? Afterburners? It's kind of like lets it trail off. Like, the fuck do you want?
Right. I mean, that's the part where she'd, look to Graff, to his ship. So it's like, okay, what do you want?
I guess it depends on what you got in stock and what your prices are. This thing that we got use a lot of different kinds of help.
Just says, I suppose it's what your ship's being used for. Listen, these channels are never secure. Let's meet.
Yeah, that sounds good.
They say, come to these coordinates. And nothing funny. And then, kind of like it cuts out.
Are we confident that we can leave our ship here and be okay, Scott?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we will go to the coordinates.
Yep. Cool. So, just the two of you go to the coordinates, and when you go there, it's another dockings bay. You can actually see it's like where closer where the mining and whatnot is done. So this is where people are going to actively be like working on or fixing the ships that are transporting the EZO to and from XYZ, because that's what Omega does. Omega actively mines EZO from an old cracked planet that used to be here in this asteroid belt. Blah, 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 whatever. It's very wealthy. Moving on. So you come to where this docking bay is, this hangar that have shipwrights actively working on ships, and you go to meet with them. So the background that you hear and see is people actively working on ships. There's lots of Vorsha, Batarians, humans, and so on. A couple of Taurians and Asari actively working on this, walking around patrolling with guns. It just feels like a gangster's shipyard doing like that whole, down by the docks kind of work. It gives you that vibe like, if I say something wrong, I'll be swimming with the fishes, right? Either way, the person that you end up meeting with happens to be human. And so you meet with them, and when you approach, they're actively sitting there and smoking on a cigarette, which is funny because like cigarettes are more or less non-existent in the future. But when healing your lungs is nothing but an injection, fuck it. So there's a human sitting there smoking a cigarette, talking to an Asari that's there about some itinerary on a tablet. As you guys are approaching, looks up, gives you like a look while they're taking a drag off their cigarette, blows out the smoke while they point at something onto the tablet and give an order to the Asari, and then she just kind of walks off, and they'll turn their attention to you, and says, so, Thena sent you. You one of them? He says, looking at Zenestthea.
Like asking if I'm part of the Dominion.
That's what you're probably getting, he's saying, but you have no idea.
Yeah, if you mean that I'm with the Dominion, then yes.
All right, you're looking for upgrades, but you don't know what you want. The hell you flying?
Well, it's a older model.
Just send me the
beat up.
schematics. Yeah, looks over. You can talk Wade as you send them over.
We trying to take on some mercenary work, and as you can see, this thing's not exactly in the best of shape for going all over the galaxy and getting into hot spots.
You fight in this thing?
So far, we've only won.
Hate to see what you're going up against. Whew. All right, well, you got balls. That's saying something. All right, what are you looking to do to it? What's the upgrade you're trying to do here? Trying to go faster? Like, what are you smuggling?
Well, we also have been traveling, pretty far distances. So anything that would make travel easier. Our oxygen systems are pretty strained, at least with the capacity that we have currently. We could definitely use some fortification, maybe the shields, upgrade to the shields if possible. General repairs we've kind of taken care of already, but anything that's going to make it more sturdy, like you said, for any battle or combat we get into. Would be great.
It's a laundry
Those
list
are
of it's a laundry list of things that you want to strap onto a ship that looks like it was built before the first contact war. Damn it.
In all
Can you even
honesty,
afford all
I'd,
this?
I'd like to move on from this ship eventually, so I don't want to put too much into this thing itself. But
Those are just the options that we discussed.
something, perhaps if we get a better ship down the line, I can rip out and move into the new one.
You have credits that you can pay to do any of this?
I guess depending on what you charge and what we're getting, yeah, we got some money.
Sounds like you're trying to keep it a little close to the chest. Fine. I'm going to be straight with you. It's going to be expensive. Even if it's a smaller vessel, you're still talking about retrofitting anything that I can get my hands on in the hopes that it works inside that. You're talking about expertise and labor to get the job done, specialty parts to make the connections work, and so on. I don't think you're going to be able to afford anything, if I'm going to be honest with you, but let's see what we can do. Let's start with the most expensive one. You want to triple your the range on this thing? We could extend your fuel cells. Extend the capacity that your EZO core will bring you. Again, we can triple its range. In doing so, you will You're currently your EZO core is normally a 2. You're currently doing 3 times that, which is 6. My apologies. We could double your range. It's 150,000 credits. He sits back and looks at your facial expressions as he assumes that you don't have that kind of money.
What's the bluff face? Or what's the bluff
It's
roll?
a deception.
Oh, okay, we both have to roll.
Graff, you see like... Uh-huh.
Which is fair because if anything, Zenestthea is like, well, I'm going to have more money. I will be able to afford it. Just don't have it on me right now, kind of thing.
That was 150,000.
Yeah.
And if we were looking to do something a little bit less than that.
Yeah, listen, that price, 150,000 credits, that price holds true for any ship that's going to be a frigate or smaller. So I wouldn't be investing that kind of money on a small piece of shit like this that probably could even fetch you that at auction. Right? So let's talk about something more reasonable. We can make it faster. It would only cost you about 50,000 credits to up the EZO or the EZO core's output. We can do that for you.
That one might be manageable. I'll consider that one. Other than ESO core and speed, what other kind of systems you got?
Triple your probe capacity. Usually these things can only hold 1 ready to deploy. We're going to make it so you can have 3 ready to deploy at any point in time. That's good to go. Try to enhance your shields. Enhance the shields costs about the same as what it would to enhance your EZO core. It just playing with the capacitors and whatnot that are inside there.
Mm-hmm.
He just kind of looks around and goes, honestly, I'm just baffled this thing's holding together. I'm just looking through the recent repairs that have been done on it. God damn. When was the scan made? When was the scan made? That you just sent to him? Probably like days ago.
Couple days.
He just shakes his head. Yeah, listen, if you're smugglers, whatever story you're weaving, I can put a smuggler's hold in there. Those are easy to do. Nice little hidden compartment. The only people know where it is you and me.
Well, we shouldn't really need anything like that.
Well, let's hope not.
He says, "Of course not," and he winks at her, but not in like a creepy way, like of course not.
Right. Yeah.
Where are you seeing these systems at, by the way?
Page 166.
Thank you.
So technically, one of the suggestions I gave you was on page, I think, 165. Yeah, one of the suggestions was on 165, the dark matter core upgrade. But continuing.
You're charging a bit more than it says in this book.
Actually, I'm being nice. I'm only doing times 10 instead of times 100.
Is it supposed to be times 100?
Yeah, one gold piece equals 100 credits. But again, this is the connection looking to help out.
Yeah, true. He's already helping out. If that's already cheaper, then I don't know. I'm all like, how much is it to just buy a new ship? And I
Whenever we
wonder-
ran into the virus that was trying to take on, that virus was not originally the pirate virus, right? Where we would assume that was something the Asari did to attack the derelict ship.
Oh, sorry, the eclipse. But yes,
the
that
eclipse.
was what the eclipse did. Yes, sir. What about it?
Okay. Oh, I just remember that I don't know if Frait ever even actually told us that happened, though, did he?
Yeah, Frait, I think, kept that one close to his chest. He was like, oh, took care of that. Okay.
Did I? I don't remember.
I don't remember you telling us. I feel like you kind of played it off like everything's cool over here. I'm not sure I would think of that.
Sorry, I don't remember.
Oh, good. What is this one?
He leans back, takes his last draw of his cigarette, throws it onto the ground, stomps it out, and as he exhales, he goes, listen, I'm willing to work with you because they did me a favor. He's saying this more to Zenestthea. They did me a favor. We're going to call it even after this, right? If you get the credits, I get the job done for you, we call it even. But if you ain't got the credits, I'm sure different arrangements can be made.
We've
We do
already
have
got-
some credits, but I guess it depends on what you're asking and what you're offering.
I'm offering getting the upgrades done for you within reason. And I'm asking you take something else off my plate.
Which would be what exactly?
Business is business. And if you're even worth, a Vorsh's weight in salt, then he says like an emaciated Vorsh's weight in salt, then you know that it's no hard feelings. Unfortunately, not everybody does things that way. They take things personally. And it's causing me problems. Remove the problem for me. I'll see what I can do about an upgrade or two.
Got out of RP. We don't have like a workbench on here to like break down stuff, right?
You do not. They're actually not crazy expensive, and those are not systems in here. I can tell you the price of those. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
And
I was
this
really
guy will
thinking
also
something like
gladly sell
that.
you those at market value. If you give me a minute, I'll get you the price. I'll sell you those at market value.
How much money do we actually have?
I'm saying
and-
26,000.
An armor smith and a weaponsmith's workbenches are each 6,000 credits.
Is there space
Yeah.
for those on our current ship without them being in the way?
You would just, I would say those plus the other workbench that exists would take up one of your cargo slots. And I think you have 6 cargo slots.
Sure.
Okay. In RP, if Graff doesn't say anything immediately, I know you're looking at something right now.
Yeah, you're
But,
good.
She would probably just say, "We're on a pretty tight schedule as it is." So
Don't need to explain
whichever-
business to me.
Whichever upgrade that Graff wants to go with is what we can do. any more than that, you'll have to find someone else.
He just shrugs and says, "Listen, I was making an offer. You don't need to be all uptight about it. Besides, I know who you are. I know who you work for. What do you think I'm going to do? Send you off to kill some matron dancing on a table somewhere? Come on now. I got class."
I don't know that she would have a response to that other than, well, like I said, tight schedule.
Oh, you guys didn't sell all those items yet, did you? Remember, you have those,
No, we didn't.
the ore. I don't know what the value is. I told you
I
the
do.
value.
I wrote it down. I do have
Oh, okay.
that.
I
We
mean, this
have
guy would
9
give you
units
one for
of
one.
iridium worth 250 credits each. So we had a total of 2250 in value.
So what you're saying is, I could buy that Warhammer.
Was your
No.
Warhammer 2000 credits?
Yes.
No.
I'll go ahead and cash those in, Scott, just to make it easy. You said 1-to-1.
Mhm.
Also had 22.
1-to-1, yes, sir. Yep. And he handles ore, so he'll take it off your hands, give you the credit transfer. He goes, "Yeah, I can take that stuff off you. Don't worry about it."
20. That brings me to 28,500. Yeah, sorry everybody. I know this is not fun to watch. There's a lot of systems to look at, and then there's multiple pages of them. On top of that, there's other things you can do to your ships. I'm trying to go through it real quick. This is probably
Well,
important
and it depends
stuff.
on what we actually have enough for, because I only
What-
have like 7,000.
Yeah, what size is our ship, Scott? Fighter,
Personal.
personal. Cool. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
That also helps.
And you're allowed a maximum of 3 upgrades, I believe. Because every ship is 3 unless you have like the unique one that allows 5.
We could go with expanded hold to be able to hold more cargo, especially if we're going to take up 2 slots for the workbench and the armor bench. That'd be 6.
It's not a bad
12.
idea.
That would be most of our credits, though, working, like even combining.
I mean, I feel like it would be worth it to be able to carry more stuff.
Well, and we're taking 2 of those slots to put in a workbench and an armor bench, which is 12,000. And if Scott's saying this is times 10, that'd be 15,000 for the expanded hold. So it would hold 9 instead of 6. So we'd have 7 instead of. We'd actually go up by 1 in our cargo capacity.
No,
If we're
well,
going
if it goes to 9 instead of 6, you would have 8. Because I'm only
I thought
going
you
to
said
take
it-
1 from your...
Oh, you're taking 1 total. I thought you were taking 1 for each. You're taking 1
One
total.
total from the 3 different workbenches combined. So there's the armor smith, the weaponsmith, and the tinkerer's ones. Those 3 together would be 1 cargo.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can't afford. I don't think we can afford all 3 workbenches right now. We can afford 2 of the 3 probably.
that's fine. It's technically tinkerer's tools is technically what it's called, which is 3,000 to be clear. So it's 15,000 total if nobody already has the tinkerer's tools.
I have Tinker's tools.
Okay, he already has them. So you'd only be spending that 12,000 to get the other 2 benches.
So even though we have tool proficiency, we still need the benches.
Correct. Yep.
It doesn't come with the. Okay.
Correct. You could be a carpenter, but unless you got your fucking hammer and saw, can't do dick.
Okay, bring it back to RP.
Yep.
Tell you what, how about we expand the hold a little bit and get a weapon and armor bench in there, and I know we can afford all that.
So you just want us to widen the interior walls, maybe a little bit of a dip in the floor, raise in the ceiling, and install a couple of workbenches for you. That's it.
I mean, that'd be helpful. We got some shit to break down that at least gets us in better shape to get on the ground. So it's a start. It makes this thing a little bit more valuable in the time being.
You're sitting around 30,000 credits for that one.
Yeah, it should be doable.
Nods.
But
It's going to take a couple days. Gives you a little bit of free time in case you want to fill that time up.
We'll talk about it, and we'll message you.
He shrugs. You got my contact. I'll send you information for the landing pad. You're gonna bring it up here. We can't do the job down where you are. Not if you don't want shit to disappear.
Yeah, that's fine. While you got the ship down here, can you look it over and just make sure there's not a tracking or anything on it? I think some pirates have been trying to follow us, and I just want to make sure they didn't put something on here.
They've been a problem lately, haven't they, Ben?
Yeah, and
He nods. Not a problem. And he'll reach out to shake your hands or whatever. No, not shake your hand, sorry. He'll go to light a cigarette and he'll turn to walk away. What's your passive perceptions?
14.
Mine is a 15.
Rena. Nice. You notice as he walks away, the symbol definitely means nothing to you, Rena. Wade, it might to you. You can make a history check. As he walks away, you can see on his shoulder, as he turns and walks before, the way he moves just ends up covering up the spot with, whatever clothes he has back there. On his shoulder, he has a marking there. It's a red character. It almost looks like a T, but instead of one top, it has like 3 toppers. So it looks kind of like a lowercase T and uppercase T kind of combined. So it's 1 vertical and 2 horizontal notches with a 3rd horizontal notch above it. It's a strange looking symbol. You have no fucking clue what it is. Well, Rena's the one that sees it, but when she describes it to you, assuming she does, you have no fucking clue what it is.
Yeah, I mean, she would, but like after we have already left.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Okay. I guess when we get everyone, we can RP. I don't know if you want to RP at all on the way out. Let's assume we move the ship over. Let's just assume we get everybody together. We'll just make it easier.
Sounds great. Everybody comes back together, and nobody had tremendous success. So you guys join up on the ship just so you can move it so everybody knows where it's going to go to. Another important thing to note while you're hopping into this RP is as you go over there to land, remember how you had to wait like many hours to land the ship because there's no open spots? Yeah, up in his hangar, there's like half the spots are open.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That's a bit annoying,
Crazy.
but anyways, go ahead.
You're all okay with it. I was going to put a couple benches so we can break down some of the shitty armor and weapons we gathered and maybe tinker with our own a little bit on the ship, as well as expand the hull so we actually have space for the benches and still able to move some cargo around.
That's a great idea. I like it a lot.
Great. So
Allows me to
willing to-
tinker with my junk.
you'll contribute some credits toward it then, right? 'Cause it's about 30K.
I've only been offering this the entire time I've been at your side.
I'll accept now.
Well, I'm
Is that-
glad to hear it because I bought myself a warhammer today.
You bought a what?
I'm just joshing you. I didn't have enough.
Oh,
It was
well,
pretty
now you're
cool,
going to have
though.
less. So, thanks.
How much do we need to offer up?
You guys can offer what you want, but it's going to cost 30,000 credits. I technically have 28,500 even. I only need 1,500 to pay for it, but that leaves me at 0.
I have 16,500.
I know everyone at least has 6,000 something. Well, no, Messi
I only
bought a
have
gun, didn't he?
7,700. You guys have a lot of credits.
Yeah, Rena
sold
came in with like
Wade's-
the least.
Poor.
I sold Wade's beacon.
I
Good.
tried to buy a gun, but I was unsuccessful, so I don't have it yet. Giving you any amount of money would make me unable to purchase it later.
You can tell us that you have a commitment, or you can not tell us. You can do what you want.
But I guess it depends on when we get paid on this job. I guess he would want the bench to be able to do weaponsmithing stuff anyway, so he would offer up what is that? He'd offer up. Yeah, let's do 8. He'd give you 8,000.
Wait, you needed 1,500 from us.
I need 1,500 total to buy all the stuff, but that would leave me at 0. So if he's giving me 8,000, that gets me to 36.5.
I can give you 7,000.
That gets me to 43.5. I mean, obviously we're working together on stuff, so we can share money. But like right now, I imagine our characters are still working on that whole team bonding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really wanted that Warhammer, but in time, I guess.
Speaking of team bonding, he would give the my God, Strix's spare pistol back to Zen. So no, everyone on the team has held this pistol at one point. No one's used it yet.
It's good for Rena because it has a much longer range than I think her other gun does.
I
Yeah,
also
what pistol is it?
It's an M3 Predator, just the basic one.
Yeah.
Yep. You can find the rules in N7 added to your character sheet. Go ahead, Wade.
I suppose I should throw this out there. The guy working on the ship did offer to hire us for a job and do some work on the ship, either as payment or to pay us. I'm not sure how above board the work is, so I'm a little hesitant to move on it, but we are a little bit low on money, and if it's not a assassination, then at least worth mentioning it to everybody. He had a Zen, can you draw the symbol you saw? I don't recognize it. Maybe one of you two do. Might give credence to who he's working for or who we might be working with.
Yeah. And she'll like draw something up on her me tool. And then
Messy
also,
history, Pat history with disadvantage. Go ahead, Rena.
How much did you guys give?
I gave 7,000.
Graff?
They
You
gave 7,000 and 8,000. So I'm way over what I need right now.
Okay. I feel like she'd want to offer something, so maybe I can at least give you the 1,500. That was like that's what
Okay.
you needed to get to 30. So
Jesus
We will
Christ,
never
Lucy.
know.
Can I roll my lucky one more time? Is this just a single D20?
Yeah, 100%.
Is this
Yep.
is this a
and
normal?
it is a normal D20 roll, and I'm going to tell you something really cool about it after you roll it.
Do I just roll history or is it just
Yep. Roll a history with a single roll. Pat, hold on. Just so you're aware, you have 3 options here. You roll a 5, a 5, and a 21. What would
21.
you like?
a 21?
Lucky turns disadvantage into super advantage.
That's crazy.
I don't
It
think
is
it
why
works
it's-
like that.
It is exactly how it works. That's why everybody hates it.
What do you mean
Sorry.
hates it? I love it.
Every DM hates it, and lots of other PCs hate it because they're like, you're breaking the game.
I love breaking the game. OP's where it's at.
So I assume you take a 21.
Yeah.
Okay. Then
I guess would it make sense would I know this?
Yeah, for different reasons because you've
Okay.
traded with people from other areas. So apparently he's part of an organization called the Talons. The Talons at one point in time were a drug dealing menace to Omega, and they were a mercenary gang that had a code of ethics to a degree, but they still sold tons of drugs. Actually, one of the number 1 sellers of red sand, if you know what that is, in the galaxy. So definitely not a good crew. But some point in time, about 16 years ago, they had a turnaround and they immediately flipped and started being like a much more reputable, kind of like, were they good? No, but at least they were kind of lawful. They had a code that they stuck to. They didn't sell drugs anymore. They didn't hurt children, so on and so forth. They became much more reputable. And for a short period of time, after Arya died, they actually controlled Omega. They actually had control of Omega for about a decade. We're talking like while you were a young child. So you've heard stories you didn't experience. Unfortunately, at some point in time, they misstep or slipped or whatever it is in their control, and they no longer have dominion. They no longer control Omega. Somebody else does. You have no fucking clue who. But they still have, even though the leadership has changed,
Just to be
echoes
recognized.
of the lawful nature to who they were before. So while they are slipping kind of into their older history of doing less reputable things, they still have a code amongst themselves that make it so like if they make a promise, they're probably gonna fucking follow through on that promise, right? They honor amongst thieves kind of mentality, if you will. So
I would regurgitate that.
and they're predominantly Taurian. Sorry. They're like 70% Taurian. At one point in time, they're 100%, but they're about 70%
Lawful
Taurian.
and
Sorry.
fuckable.
Okay. Pat, back to what the fuck? Githane rated 10 seconds too late.
Nice. I would just regurgitate that.
Whenever he says Talon, does that mean anything to the rest of us?
No.
Okay. Well, if they are at least somewhat reputable in a system like this, then well, I'll leave it up to y'all to vote on it, I suppose. Any interest?
I mean, Bina did say not to trust him.
Well, that's true.
Surely no good would come of this, but with the credits and resources we earn from doing it, we could do good. I'm conflicted.
I
Then
too
we're
am
stuck
also
here.
conflicted.
Oh, we're stuck here and we're broke, so
Did he say the details of what he needed done?
More importantly, did he tell you how much income we would make from this job?
not exactly, and no.
Until we know exactly the payment, I suggest we steer clear.
What was that, Zen?
He was saying that he'd take care of majority of the upgrades if we were to take care of this inconvenience for him, whatever that means.
Within reason. So, assuming that what we got was reasonable, which I imagine it was, but take care of, obviously implies kill, but he acted like it wasn't an assassination, so I don't really want to go out and murder anybody, obviously, but, we can try to get some more details on the job if you guys are interested, at least. Not interested, we can steer clear, but otherwise we're roaming around with pirates and no money for 3 or 4 days.
I think more details would be good. Maybe we can find some defense in his organization as well from these pirates.
Yeah, maybe we could try to look into the organization a little bit, do some research. We got a little bit of time to kill, so maybe let's put a couple hours into it and then go back and meet with them and at least have an idea where we stand.
I'll meditate, see if I remember anything.
I'll
Have fun thinking.
I'll look stuff up the old-fashioned way.
As why?
It won't take me too long to remember. I assume I can help after.
We're spending like an hour or two trying to look into what we know, what we can find out about their organization, and then we'll go talk to them again.
It's an investigation check. Is anybody proficient in it? Not including Messi. I'm going to talk to him separately.
I am.
Is Rena too?
Not investigation.
Okay.
Pat, are you
Okay.
investigation?
No,
Okay.
I'm a croak.
So-
What am I going to be investigative about?
So you could do an investigation to like do some research or whatever. Rena can probably go around and do persuasion to try to learn information that way. What does Pat want to do? Are you also proficient in persuasion? I assume not.
No,
You can
not
intimidate.
persuasion. I was gonna say intimidation. I am, but no, not persuasion.
So funny enough, you could actually use intimidation to give Rena advantage, or vice versa. She can use persuasion to give you advantage. You have to think good cop, bad cop is how you
Okay.
guys are assisting each other in this.
If I can assist her, then I'll give her assistance by just being
Whoever
there.
wants to
You
roll.
can either talk to her or me.
Choose your fate.
And she's like, so, what brings you here? Wait, is that what Asari do? No? Is this not Omega?
It is Omega.
Don't you remember that one Asari that's on Omega and ME2 and the entire time Rory was like, what is she doing? And she's against a wall and the whole time she's just kind of like,
I need an adult.
Oh wow, that's a whole thing that he just did on stream for everyone for free.
Yeah, it would be a shame if
Treadmill, if you ever
Treadmill was
watch the
here.
VOD, we would love a GIF and
It'd be really unfortunate if Treadmill was here and took a whole GIF of that. Can that be the new lucky dice thing when we use?
Oh God! It's actually an ME2. It's an Asari dancing on a wall.
I vaguely do remember that because I think they're like off by themselves, right? There's like no one around.
And like you
Yeah.
can walk up and she's by herself just enjoying the evening and you can dance on her. It's like the dance button for Afterlife.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And so
it's
Shep
just like, hey, you random person against the wall, want to dance? You don't even talk. It's just like,
he's just kind of like,
doesn't Shepard have some stupid ass? Yeah. Yeah. Great. Well, we're gonna roll dice now, I think.
where were we?
I don't find out anything. God damn, man. How many fucking ones can we roll?
Apparently a lot. Rena, he is aiding you, giving you advantage. However, understand, Rena, should you fail, bad things can happen. Messy, I'm gonna get to you in a second.
Investigation.
Oh, we should have gone the other way so Pat could have used his lucky.
It's not too late.
Cool.
It can go either way.
Yeah, you can if you want.
Is this what we want to use it on? Pat, it's up to you. It's your dice.
I mean, I've got one more I could use it on.
Oh, if somebody wants to DM me in whisper me in Discord or whatever it's called, I can post whatever you're trying to post.
I think it's the link. You want me to use the lucky dice or?
Well, you don't have to use lucky
We're gonna
right
pick
now.
the
It's just
dog
a
up
matter
really
of
quick.
like if we roll like shit. Since I rolled like shit, we only get one.
I'm
of
not
them.
rolling persuasion, unfortunately.
No, you rolling intimidate.
Oh, I thought I'm just giving her advantage.
She's giving you. You can either give her advantage or she can give you advantage. But if you get advantage, you also can use lucky if you roll like shit.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we're gonna grab the dog real quick, so we'll be right back. Sorry.
Okay, we'll take the roll then. So yeah, Pat, go ahead and roll intimidate with advantage just so we can keep moving.
Takes two
Okay.
people to do a dog?
Intimidation.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And say
Yes.
I'll be shocked if I roll low, but I mean I could natty
You
one.
rolled two great dice there. Yeah. No, I think a
Yeah.
22 is beautiful.
What I was going to say to Messy is, Messy, you can recall stuff from your background, from like your teachings before, but you have to make that DC 14 with disadvantage. But, you know, I guess I'll tell him.
Why
when
is
he
it
comes back.
disadvantage?
Because it's literally something that has nothing to do with something his character actually experienced, where I'm injecting it into the story, so it's kind of a freebie. So I'm imposing like a
Okay.
tax on it. Yeah. So Pat, with your intimidation, yeah, you could find out the Talons. Oh yeah, yeah, the Talons. They you know, around here. I guess they're merchants. They move shit around. They're, you know.
I'll move your shit around. Where are they?
Oh, actually, if you want to come by my place. Oh, you mean like that? Yeah.
One
They're
finger
all over
goes
the
in
place.
Anus. Wade knows this. Don't you, Wade? Is it Dr. Big Finger?
It was two.
Oh, it was two. Sorry. I only don't
Each
remember.
one was the size of my two fingers. That dude had gorilla fingers.
Why two?
Prostate exam.
But why two? Is it really two in a prostate exam?
I was more than one.
Does anybody feel like that's a bit gratuitous? Gratuitous?
It felt like
Gratuitous?
gratuitous.
Uh-oh. Anyways,
Gotcha.
moving on.
I had to have tailbone surgery a long time ago, but none of the doctors realized that was what was going on, so they all thought it was something internal because I guess no one looked. And one doctor in particular, I cried. I held onto that bed and I cried. He had the biggest fingers of any man I've ever encountered in my life. He picked that field because he's a cruel son of a bitch.
Anyways.
That's gross. Anyways.
Yeah. So yummy.
Messy, you can do. Scott, did you want to tell us, Messy, what he could do?
Messy, more or less. So hold on, let me finish you up, Pat. So yeah, they're like, yeah, no, they're not in like any one specific location that I know of. but I know where they hang around. And they're like, we'll give you a location of where they tend to spend some time. And funny enough, that location happens to be up by the shipyard, up by the mining area. Yeah, they kind of took over that operation after Arya died. That's all I know. That's all I know. Oh, yeah, and if you're trying to get red sand, I guess you could ask them.
I crush him and then walk away.
And he lies dead?
Probably. How much health does he have? Is he just a regular civilian?
We weren't. I mean, that's helpful. We were more so just trying to find out what kind of
Yeah, we
organization
were
they're
just trying to
running.
find
so
out more about him, yeah. I wouldn't.
All right, so where were we?
Messy, it's
So,
your
yeah.
roll.
Messy. So for you, I was saying you can actually make that wisdom check DC 14, but with a disadvantage. The reason why it's disadvantaged is you're trying to like recall information from like your early younger training pertaining to the different groups that you would encounter across the galaxy, blah, 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 blah. So I'm more or less shoehorning in an opportunity for you, but you unfortunately...
Man, that's 3 1s in the last few rolls. That's beautiful.
What's the chance of rolling a nat 20?
You see 2 of them are mine,
Sorry.
just out of curiosity, did you notice
Oh,
that?
we did. We saw that.
Is that a 10% chance when you roll 2d20?
I rolled a
for it,
3
right?
and a 1, so like I'm not much better. And before that, I rolled a 6. One of
How
those
many
sessions,
checks have I
man.
passed today? One check, I think?
What was that? I think I've been rolling okay. I mean, I rolled pretty well for my Warhammer.
You
Basically
investigated
just
well.
shot- Yeah, yeah.
Frait did.
He
Frait did one good investigation. I think that's about it.
That's all that matters.
I did this. I
It's all
I
that
blew up their
matters.
scan.
Frait fell off the ship while meditating.
Yeah. I'm really glad that I have this character to play every week for the rest of my life. It's awesome.
Hopefully your luck turns around. You're having some Atelia moments right now.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. But let's move on. So you find out that they tend to spend time in the location where you actually bumped into beforehand. You find out that they've been around for a bit, and apparently they sell red sand. Anything else? I didn't give you any more information because the shit that you already knew that was already told to you earlier in the session.
Yeah. No, I mean, basically, we were just trying to find out. We're relatively a good crew, and we just want to make sure that we're not about to go offer to help someone that's bad.
Morally gray.
So I guess we'll go back, Scott, just to speed things up and find out more about what the job is he's offering.
Okay. So you actually go and say, hey, I'll meet with you. I'm curious. And you head back up that way. Probably bring the whole crew with you. He looks at the group of you and says, oh, got a Krogan with you. Probably help out.
Yeah, so I
Go
guess
on.
tell us more about 1, what you're offering, and 2, what you want done.
Well, you were a little bit leaky earlier, and you left a couple of drops for me to kind of savor for a few minutes there. I guess you've been having a similar problem. This pirate situation, which, by the way, don't worry, my crew's up in your shit right now, and they haven't found any trackers yet, but they're keeping an eye for you. Anyways, I'm also got an issue with some Batarians. But that's not who I pissed off. That's just who's making my life difficult. We're talking attacking my Ezo shipments on their way out of here, sending my ships back. Even if they make it to their delivery and back, they're getting so fucking beat to shit that I have to spend half my time repairing the fucking things rather than actually moving the ore. I have to take miners out of the field. They stop and pulling me Ezo so they can work on repairing a hull. You can imagine this isn't going out so well. Anyways, these Batarians are giving me a hard time because I pissed off this one thing. I honestly don't even know what to call it. It's the biggest, ugliest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. It's got a name. Not that I can pronounce it any. Just wondering if you can go and take a visit, talk to this thing, see if maybe you can convince it to leave me alone. You can use words or whatever means you need to.
What organizations this thing belong to before we go and get it pissed off at us?
Organization? I don't know. It's a big fucking ugly bug looking thing. And it's got some pissed off Batarians coming my way. I mean, it's not just Batarians, let's be clear, there's Vorsha, but between me and you, they're just like rats back home, right?
I mean, if you want to give us a new ship, we can go fight some of these Batarians for you.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I got transport ships. Yeah, they're fitted to defend. But they're not assault vehicles. Yeah, nice hustle. Shakes his head.
Transport be better than what we're rocking, man.
Besides, he spends a lot of his time here on the, well, I think it's a he. I don't know, they spend a lot of their time here on the, Omega.
Can you give us the name?
Yeah, but like I said, I can't exactly pronounce it. It's
just
like,
send it over.
Yep, sure. He sends it to you. Second.
Yeah, it is a mouthful.
Yeah. I just call him Eob.
All right, let us do some recon, see what we can find out, come up with a plan, and we'll let you know if it's doable or not.
Yeah, listen, last detail. You can't miss this thing. It's bigger than a Krogan. It's uglier than a Vorsha. It's got more eyes than a Batarian. And its mouth looks like... well...
All right, well, we'll talk about it and see what we can do.
Well, does this thing talk?
Yeah.
What are you offering if we do this, by the way? I guess we should discuss compensation.
Yeah, you get this thing off my back one way or the other. And the repairs that you're doing, yeah, little upgrades, consider them done.
Y'all have any more questions before we discuss?
Why haven't you gone and talked to them yourself?
Let's just say, my people, we got an operation we got going on. But we're not exactly looking to disrupt the order of things. Last time that happened, business went badly. I'd rather just keep having business, not having these fucks on my back making my life difficult because at some point in time, some thing got pissed off.
You're expecting us to do this in how long? I'm just asking,
Shrugs.
what's our time limit?
Ship will be done day after next.
You'll get us, what is it? Strix will look at Graff with kind of a raised eyebrow.
Well, I guess at least if we piss him off, we gotta be here for...
Can't piss
half
him
a
off for
day
very
after.
long.
Yeah, let's talk it over and we'll let you know.
He goes, why are you pulling my chain? You already know it's a yes.
Definitely
I
not a yes.
Didn't
Yet.
know.
He like doesn't look at Zenestthea, kind of like looking past Zenestthea to the others, but mostly focusing on Graff. This thing's a piece of shit. It attacks people all the time. It's running around with this rustled up crew of pirates. It's causing problems around here. I know your type. Yeah, you took the stars and stripes off. That doesn't mean you ain't still got the alliance in your heart. Besides, what Krogan backs away from fighting something that's bigger than it?
Money.
He nods. And that's why credits were offered. Go have your chat. I'll see you in a few minutes. He turns around, lights up a cigarette, and walks away.
If we look into this and find out it is a pirate or gangbanger or something like that, and they're causing trouble around here, 30,000 credits to get them to back down isn't too shabby.
Clearly, he's not telling us everything. Why is it that it was tempted to attack him in the first place? He must have done something, right?
Oh yeah, guy slimy
not-
is something slimy. But well, we'll have to look into it, I guess. We got a couple days to get it done, so I say we look into it, find out if what he's saying about the dude's true, and whatever slime ball's done here. Well, 2 wrongs are still wrong. So taking away 1 wrong leaves us with only 1 other wrong.
If
Probably.
you guys want to take it, that's fine. I've already asked so much of you anyway, so I'll help.
Well, only if this guy ends up actually being problematic. I mean, if he is making the station worse, then 1 less pirate. I mean, hell, we just took out how many the other day?
If we go in not with the intent to take a life, and we end up having to do so, I wouldn't be devastated.
Is that your way of saying you want to kill him?
No.
But you wouldn't be devastated if we did?
You confuse
he-
me, little one.
He makes a fist and he puts it over his heart and he says, I follow her guidance.
That's beautiful.
That's cute.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm hoping we don't have to get into a fight. I'm hoping, Lumber and Strix over here will go in and say, stop. And he'll be like, all right. And then we can leave. But, push comes to shove, then pirate's a pirate.
Okay, let's tell him then. But let's try to do it quickly.
Go ahead.
I guess you were right, bud. We're in.
He will come over, you know, because it's been enough time. You know, he flicks the cigarette off to the side without even putting it out. Just kind of like flicks it off to the side and says, and here I thought I might have to bargain with you more. All right.
Well, as far as payment goes, we don't know what we're getting ourselves into yet. So if you're offering 30,000 right off the bat, then you know the job's at least worth 50.
It ain't worth 50. I'm just not going to undercut you. All right. You got the idea? He doesn't travel alone, but, you know, neither do you.
Yeah, if we come back and this is a lot more of a pain in the ass than what you're saying, then we're going to be doing a little haggling on that price. So let's hope...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, any insight as to where he was or is?
He goes, yeah. Ever hear of a place called Afterlife?
Have we?
It's like,
It's a nightclub.
I know what it is,
Yeah.
but have our character.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
I
If
passed
you
it on the road.
Yeah, you not only would you have walked by it here, but if you have ever visited Omega, which Rena definitely has in 200 years, and you definitely have great with your Graff, sorry, with you trying to find out information. Messy, seen it, so on and so forth. Stories.
At least we have a ship name. Great. Or
I would say
Frait.
Graff. Moving on. Anyways, so he says downstairs in afterlife. No, like the downstairs in afterlife. There's private rooms, not small, like they are their own clubs effectively. He spends some time there.
We're gonna get in trouble with Afterlife for going after a VIP of some kind.
VIP? You know what that shit stands for?
Very important, Patrick.
More like MFC. And get in trouble? Shrugs. Probably not, but feel free to ask questions. He looks at you and he goes, well, it stands for cut. Never mind. Feel free to ask around first.
Custard.
All right. We're gonna leave now.
He nods. Repairs already being done. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
So-
Like walk away.
Have either of you? It points to Zen and Graff. I don't have. I do. Yeah, Zenestthea and Graff points to them and says, have either you been in the downstairs of Afterlife?
Into Afterlife. Can't say I've spent any time downstairs. Not downstairs.
Right, I imagine with the inflection that he meant it was a different area than we'd normally expect it to be.
I'm assuming it's a holdup for less clean types to do business, most likely. But maybe it's something else. I don't know. We can look into it.
Think it's something we could just ask about and walk down to?
Might have to be a bit more subtle than that.
I mean, we can, but if you ask the wrong person, you're gonna have a shorter life than you would have. Because you'd be dead, is what I'm trying to say. I just couldn't think of a clever way of saying it.
That's fine. Give it a try.
Yeah.
Well,
Let's
I could
do
always
some digging on.
always physically go there and use my stealth cloak to look around if we need to.
I guess we're trying to find out about what was his name? Ebola thick, something like that.
I thought it was Erastobola.
Something like that.
I like Ebola thick.
That's combination
like,
of words.
That's the best. I had a pronunciation in my head, but now that I'm looking at it, I just can't say anything else. So thanks for ruining that one. But
You're
it's
welcome.
in the best way, because now I'm just like, Ebola thick, like.
Thicker
It's
than
stupid.
butter.
It's stupid.
I think it meant Ebola like the disease.
Yeah, I know, but that's not where my brain went.
Ebola thick.
Yeah. yeah. It's dumb.
Oh, wait, was I muted for that?
Yes.
Yes, you were.
Oh my god, I was laughing and yelling Rena's name because it sounds like she's saying he's a bowl of thick. Like, he bowl of
Yeah,
thick!
no, that's
That's what
that's
she
literally
said.
that's how
Yeah.
I said it in my brain, and I knew that he was making a joke, Ebola thick, but I said it with a weird accent. It was dumb.
Ebola thick.
Ebola thick.
There's gravy and biscuits. Ebola thick.
yeah.
Are you two
Exactly.
done?
No, one
Yeah, I
more.
guess so.
Ebola thick. Or I'm done. Done now.
So name like that shouldn't be too hard to ask around, but maybe we do some digging on them, figure anything out we know. Maybe there'll be a nice old page info somewhere about him. So 30,000 credits, 30,000 credits. More we got paid for the last job.
And we get free upgrades for the ship. Free.
Well,
Was
no,
that's yeah.
credits are going into the ship.
Isn't he just, we get to keep the money though. That's the main point though, right?
Oh, instead of spending money instead of paying
Oh,
30,000 to
instead
fix the ship, it's just being free. We're not getting money on top of the ship.
Right, no, I'm just saying that we get to keep the monies. I mean,
It would
You
be
guys are
funny
both saying the
for-
same thing.
Yes.
I know I'm a Krogan. I said it a different way. That's my shtick.
Yeah. 30K is 30K. So as long as this guy's a piece of shit, then I got no issue telling him off or shutting him down.
It would be worth it to go there, too. Especially if you can go in unseen. How long does that last? And she's asking for you.
Let me check. About a minute.
Was that his handbook? How long is it?
About a minute. I'd have to get an idea of where it is first without using it, and then use it to get further in.
Maybe we can find some basic layout of the place or something. Figure out where he's holed up. See how close it is to an access point, like a door, staircase, elevator.
It makes more sense for me to go. I can actually hack into those systems.
I'm perfectly fine not being the one to go, so I agree.
You guys are missing the obvious choice here, right?
Oh,
Like, if you're-
yeah.
The
No,
dance- we have a
I'm
dancing
just
Krogan.
waiting. I'm just waiting.
Or if you're trying to infiltrate into Afterlife without anybody noticing why you're there or questions that you're asking.
Dancing.
Yeah, I like the
queen.
creative solutions. You know,
Send me.
I like the easy, the less easy creative solutions. I
Hold
know
on,
what the easy answer.
You're right, but let me perform for you. Bam.
Tricks in a bikini.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Dancing.
Tricks, wow.
queen.
What?
He does this movement where like
And
his
him and-
arms and legs and head stay perfectly still, but the shell just starts like
I'm like Dana Carvey
He's
from
like,
The Master of
I'm not-
Disguise.
Yeah, I was gonna
Turtling
say
up.
turtle. Yeah.
turtle.
Yep.
Turtling
Yep.
up for the
All of our heads were in the
turtle
same
club.
place. Thank God.
You know what's funny? I never ever saw that show or movie or whatever. Just that commercial
It's
played
good.
so many
It's
times.
a movie.
Oh, it's that commercial.
Well, obviously we have to send Strix, so.
Whatever that was, you saying it's a movie. It gave me such Mr. Bean vibes, and I was like, I'd rather have dental surgery. So
It was the Master of Disguise. What's it called?
Gotcha. Actually, was it done by Mr. Bean?
No.
It wasn't actually Mr. Bean. Okay, well, give me Mr.
No,
Bean
somebody
vibes.
else.
So
Mr. Bean. Dana
which
Carvey.
I know that actor, the guy who plays Mr. Bean, is like a brilliant individual. He's actually a strong actor, so on and so forth. But God, most of what you watch old clippets of him and what people cheer for, he like walks onto stage and he just like looks and like people are like cheering like he just did some amazing trick, and I'm like, it's just a person. I don't know.
He has that much presence.
That's how it is
yeah.
when Wade walks out on stage.
No, it's just the English are very easily impressed. You know, have you seen their food? They're just easily
Well,
impressed.
before we insult other people's cultures, and the
It's
Dutch,
England. They don't
Let's,
have culture.
Stop, Scott. Stop, Scott. Get back to the story. Back to RP. Well, Frait going in would make sense. Zen, how are you at dancing? Because I mean that's always an option. Or
She crosses her arms and gives you like a look.
I'm just saying you'd fit in.
I'd like to think that Strix is still just kind of like dancing. Like, how's
I
your
mean,
dancing?
He'll like look at you and be like, 'cause I mean that's an option, but as
You're
impressive as it
actually
is,
impressed with my
as impressive as it is,
Look how limber he is.
not sure that the same demand is in the store.
No, Krogan can bend
You
like
know-
that.
There is always a demand. Whatever the product, there is always a demand. That was something the
Goddamn
internet taught
right,
us,
baby.
unfortunately.
Goddamn
I was gonna
right.
say somebody there is gonna be excited about it. Might be our guide too. You never know.
Oh, could I have just danced for the Krogan to get my Warhammer? Come on, baby. You know you want to give Daddy that Warhammer.
It's just gonna turn into another door kicking situation where every single time we need to
except we're
persuade
gonna
someone,
kick
we
him in
just
the
have the
Strix
Krogan
just
dance.
dances.
Yeah, I'm okay with this.
Again, I'm just thinking of Messi and I were trying to find artists. And I was like, cool, can they do Krogan? They're like, they do
Yeah,
NSFW
got sent to harass
Krogan.
every single person that we tried to hire.
No,
Asking if
that's
they could
not what
draw
happened.
Pornography
I was
for
like,
him.
can they do Krogan? And they were like, they have NSFW. I'm like, that's not what I want.
So like
when you were
that's what
talking to
everyone
the,
wants. What do you mean?
No, when you were talking to the bots who were just
Sexy
pasting like Google
Krogan.
images, you asked them for
Sexy
if they could draw
Krogan.
Krogans, and they would just send you naked Krogans from like random people, like all different art styles, different penis sizes. Everything's weird.
No,
I
I'm
guess
talking about the
that's a
time
good
that
point.
you and I
Some
were on a
people
call.
some people do want
Yeah,
Krogans, I suppose, but I'm just saying at Afterlife, it's more common to see sorry dancing
You
around.
want to know
or-
why it's called Afterlife? Because that's where I'll send you after my dance.
Oh, God.
You've never even
Paradise.
been here, and you're like 10 years old, so I'm not sure that you're the.
I'm 15. It's legal here.
No, no, we're
I mean,
not.
honestly, you're probably right, but
I'm not selling you on that
You're
idea.
You're not selling it well. You're not winning this argument. Oh man.
we need you here in case the ship needs repairs.
All right, I'll be down in the engine room.
He just dances down there.
If
Look at our
you
last-
need me, he just starts like twerking his way out.
Frait, I think I'm doing a bad job of explaining this here.
Goodbye. I'll be down in the engine room, quite lonely.
Yeah, I'm not sleeping tonight, so thanks for that.
you know, Graff, I don't think I ever want to go to the engine room again.
I don't think I do either, but
Can't breathe. Okay.
honestly, the only reason he's even around because he owes me a probe. That came out wrong.
You need a
he-
probe? He just like pokes his head back. I'll give you a probe, Sonny.
Ew.
Come sit on Daddy's lap. I'll stop.
I'm not sure that I would do much good. I mean, I can go in and look around, but I've got the personality of a heel, so I'm not sure I'd be all that interested for anyone in the.
Hey, why don't you wait
Bored.
outside, and when we need someone bored to death, I'll call you.
Wow. You say that in RP?
Yes.
I mean, honestly, you're probably not wrong. So, no offense, Zen. I'm just saying, you're the common clientele.
No, I was just enjoying this whole. Of course, I'll go in. It's fine.
One of us had to. Well, we can try
Yeah.
Frait first, but
No, it's fine. I've done this sort of thing before. It's just been years.
yeah. Great. Well, good talk, team.
I'll see what I can
Move
find out.
out.
He is still dancing over there.
I imagine like you bump into some you bump into some Vorsha and at first they hiss at you and then all of a sudden like 4 Vorsha like dancing with you. It's like it's like got this thing going on.
He is
some
starting
fucking
a
Torian sits down and starts playing drums on like some trash nearby on the ground. You have what's it called, fucking Hanar it stands up straight and a Drell comes over and starts playing it like strands. Yes, I saw the new Little Mermaid. It was really good. Thank you
I
very
was
much.
just thinking that. I was like, what are you making this into the Little Mermaid sequence but in Mass Effect right now? Literally that.
Don't you just want to kiss the Krogan?
By the way, if nobody here has seen the new Little Mermaid, it is by far the best Disney live action remake. The best one, hands down. Like if Aladdin is the worst because that movie was not good at all, it was bad across the board. Little Mermaid was by far the best. It was
I feel
so
like we
fucking
should
good.
probably wrap at this point. We've been off target for about 15 minutes.
Well, with what Strix is doing, you probably want to wrap it up. That's probably a good idea. Yeah.
What do you mean? Wouldn't you want to make more?
They're very fertile.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're going to the nightclub next time on Mass Effect: Ashes of the Vanguard. Thanks for joining us. We're your hosts, Daelric, short guy.
And the way this works is our host
I
will
see.
give out points and choose a winner for the next episode to host. Oh, that's something different.
Scott, why don't you pick your winner for who has to do the recap next week?
Oh,
You know?
yeah. Chat, let's do that right now. We should have a poll right now as we're doing our outro.
why we're doing the poll.
This is great. I'm totally not
We know
going to
the
remember
outcome.
this. Who
Yeah.
is doing next week recap?
Rena.
All right. We
Just
have
me. All
Rena.
4 options are just
Yeah,
me.
we
Rena.
have
Me.
Rena.
Oh, yeah.
Pick
we
me,
have
there's
Rena.
No sexy
Rena.
dance
We have
next
Yeah.
week.
Rena.
Rena.
We have Rena.
Put Messy on there for shits and giggles.
No, because we
Okay.
just know
Rena vote.
forensically he's gonna write it again.
Here we
I
go.
don't know
We're
if I
going to
can
do.
recreate the really good recap I did last time.
We're going to do a nice 2-minute vote. Go ahead.
Should have had Rena doing it as a newscaster. Rena doing Pat's Krogan dance. Rena doing it while
For free?
eating pizza.
Who is the big
For
king
free?
man? Is that Scott?
You can chart. Wait, this isn't all Rena. What the fuck is this?
Okay, Pat, you are.
You're winning.
I think
Yeah,
Pat's the only one that's never given a recap.
Chat.
This is a dictatorship right now. Pat's got so many votes. I wouldn't be surprised if he
Oh.
stuffed the ballots himself.
No
What?
sexy dance next week, chat. Unless you pick Messi.
That makes
Are you
no
saying-
way. You can't.
That
Are you
makes
saying
a
we
lot
need
of
to
sense.
stop the steal? Are you saying that this is a fake election?
I mean, we're gonna make Rena do it anyway, so the vote.
Stop
Yeah,
the count.
useless.
Stop the count.
This is just like the plan for Frait to go in and spy, and then we're like, make Rena do it. She's the sexiest Ari, send her in.
When I inevitably roll an natty one again, yeah.
I just wanted to see what creative options we could come up with
we
before we
send
just
Frait in
decided
and
we're
he, like,
sending me in.
He goes to get on the elevator, but the elevator's not there, and he falls down the elevator shaft, and we're just like, shit, we gotta send Rena anyway.
What would I even roll to do a spy? Like to sneak around? I
Do
guess
a
stealth,
spy.
right?
Do a
What
spy.
do you
I don't
roll
know
to
if we
do a
should send
spy?
Messi, guys. I don't know.
Okay, you know what? That's average. I think we'll be all right. My 18 is an average. I can do it.
You wasted it. You're not going to get that next week.
I'm not gonna get it. Yeah, now I'm gonna roll an natty one again. Yeah. You know what? Let's just get out of the way now. Here we go. Yeah, there we go. All right, so now we'll be fine next week. We'll be all good. We're all good now. We're primed.
Well, I guess at least I got more votes than Scott.
Thank you for recognizing which one was me.
You made the poll, so I knew the one that was a dumb, pompous asshole had to be you.
Stop the count.
Oh, Messi, you were actually a somewhat close
As
second.
Patrick's
I was going to say.
VP, I'm happy to support fucking this chat and stuff.
Whoa!
There's a comma there.
Whoa!
Fucking comma.
Whoa!
This chat. Comma. and
Messi's
Oh my
happy to
God.
support fucking this chat.
I'm
There's
happy to
quite the
support
orgy.
chat.
What?
All right, Messi, do the Krogan dance.
Take us out. Hey, Macarena. Hi.
Messy, the stream's not ending until you provide it.
Come on.
Do the
twerk.
Krogan dance.
I guess we'll just keep playing.
right.
Should I do that stealth check now or?
Roll
Yeah,
initiative.
you have to, before you roll though, you have to do
Roll
the
initiative?
Krogan
Yeah.
dance.
There you go. I rolled initiative. It was a 7. Another poor roll for me.
Come on, Messy.
Put
Yeah,
your
I
arms
just rolled.
out and wiggle them.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
chat. His mother was just as disappointed
We're
as
gonna
we
add
are.
it to the wheel for your guys'
Okay.
streams.
Add it to the
Oh, it's a
wheel.
good idea.
Messi has to Krogan dance for like 30
Twerk on
seconds.
stream. Yeah. He can. He can throw back.
What do you call it? The Krogan Crush?
Yes.
At the club?
Oh. I don't know.
What do I call it at the club? You ever see that gorilla twerk? You ever seen that
Croak and
video?
crump. I don't like the word crump. I don't know what it is, but I don't like it.
You
I
say
mean, it's
gorilla
accurate.
twerk?
I'll send you the video.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Of
Bye.
Krogan twerking. Okay. Bye, everybody.